Iktuma ivri kima kalati panishu. Shimaini Bedlutu Shimaini Yashi Shibut Ari Drapshi Huluk Shimaini Yashi Anaku Anna Enkidu
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Children of the Cop. I am your DM, GM, storyteller, whichever you'd like to call me, Forgotten Dreams, and I am joined by a lovely host of people, starting with Mel.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I play Chimek.
Fantastic. Next up, we have Seth.
Hey, my name's Seth, or Sevorial, and I'll be playing Ajala.
All right, next up, Shannon.
Hiya, I'm Shannon, and I'll be playing Cassandra.
Woo! Last but not least, Azzy.
Sarah, and I am playing the lovely Cecilia of Montfort, who is a Semish.
All right, fantastic. So, bringing us in with our viewer warning, we are going to have Seth, and then Mel's going to be doing our recap, just because I'm being evil today.
Evil. Whoa. Speaking of evil, we are playing vampires, and because I just had to use that, vampires are not necessarily the nicest people, so please keep in mind we will make decisions that are not necessarily just stupid, but probably also sometimes very dark. Please don't hold this against the players, hold this against the characters. Also, if it gets a bit too gory, if it gets a bit too much, if it's a bit too nasty for your taste, feel free to take a break whenever you need one. Health comes first, so take good care of yourselves, and enjoy the story.
Fantastic. Mel.
All right. I do believe that we started last episode while we were rushing to Cecilia's mom, or had we just gotten her down into the crypt?
We
Thing.
were already in
Cabin.
the well.
All right. Yes, we have gotten Cecilia's mom in the caverns underneath the well because Cecilia was convinced that she was very much in danger because we had learned that there was a sort of secret organization within the Children of the Cop that basically tracked down people who knew about Children of the Cop and killed them off. And since Cecilia's mom was not a Children of the Cop, but did know a lot about it, she feared that she was this was happening to her, especially since we had seen 3 falcons landing on the walls of Jerusalem, which was the shape that some of these hunters took. So in down there, we had a discussion with Cecilia's mom and also in general about how to handle it. I do believe that we decided upon, for now, trying to interact as little as possible with them. And basically, if they seeked us out and things looked to be bad, maybe throw people under the 1200 century bus. Yeah. I think that was about it.
Put them under the horse cart.
After that, I believe that it was basically we didn't have much time until the party that we had been invited to would be. So we decided to put all that on hold for now and go to that party. And as I think we left off as we were moving inside.
Yes, indeed we did. All right. So, picking up where we left off, the doors to the establishment are opened, and the 4 of you stand there. I believe Rafika's staying home because we don't want him to get nom-nommed. And Batu is also staying home, I believe?
Yes,
Okay, fantastic.
he's with Rafik.
Okay. I would like Ajala, go ahead and make me a perception awareness. Difficulty 7.
7. And do heightened senses come into play?
They would.
Only
3
3
successes.
successes.
Less than a block down the road, peeking out of one of the alleyways, you see a very familiar figure, Cat, sort of crouched down, staring in your direction.
Like the person cat or a cat?
Mhm. Like the person Cat.
Yeah, I just remembered what. I just stare at her, like glancing in her direction. Then I sort of remember what G-Meg School, who we just established stayed home, said. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, right. She's not gonna follow inside. I hope for her. And then I'm focusing back on getting
As
in
you
there.
focus back on the establishment itself, you can see that there are a number of people within sort of different setup than Cassandra is used to. You can see that all of the furniture that was here in the front room has been completely moved out. All the shopping stalls, any glass cases, any chairs, whatever may have been up here in the front has been completely moved somewhere else. You're not sure where. For everybody else, including Cassandra, of course, you guys would see that there are a number of candelabras that are uniquely placed around the room. Some of them in very odd positions, some of them at 45-degree angles, others completely upside down, not lit, which is a little odd. And all of them have a silver sheen to them. You would also notice that on the ceiling, make me a perception medicine check, everybody. Some sort of material that you see lining the ceilings itself.
Can I use fleshcraft?
I would allow it for you.
Do heightened senses again come into play?
Sure.
Oh, heightened senses. Oh, I removed
Gotcha.
one.
Gotcha. All right.
So 2 in total.
Interesting.
Because I have speciality.
Okay. So, yeah, even if you got one success, you're good here. Yeah, you would quickly realize that the ceiling itself is covered in a thin, very fresh layer of human skin of varying different hues and tones that sort of create this interesting, almost like the black and white that you see on cows. It's like that, but with like fair skin and then dark skin and then fair skin and then dark skin. And there's just this patchwork across the ceiling. And sort of hanging from what you can see are the remainders of individuals' chest area who now find themselves on the ceiling. There are some very nice, long, beaded pieces of jewelry that hang from ceiling to floor. And there's a good 20 of these pieces of jewelry that sort of just dangle and hang loosely down towards the ground. The individuals occupying this front room itself, many of them appear to be individuals that you may have passed by on the street, rather plain individuals you don't necessarily recognize. Some of them are in nice formal dresses, or in nice formal attire for military personnel. Others are in completely mundane clothing and just look completely out of place. But that isn't what catches your attention the most. What does catch your attention the most is towards the back of this room, where you can see that there is a doorway that is currently open. There is a small child, probably around 5'3", 4'3", 4'2", who is completely bald shaved, dark skin tone, and has a number of these small bead-like scars going up their left and right arms. They are not wearing a shirt, and you can see that the bead-like scars continue to about the midway point of their chest, where there's just smooth skin once more. They have this very, I guess the best way to describe it would be a piece of clothing that looks quite a lot like a kilt, which has a number of bead jewelry that goes from the waistband all the way down to their knees, and it looks to be jewelry made out of various different animal bones. And this child's eyes are constantly emanating a thin wisp of smoke. And it just motions for the four of you to approach.
Well,
Let's see, we all approach. And is this Lotus Scar?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Slightly
I
different than
will
you last
approach.
remember him, but yes, definitely him.
Yeah, I don't remember the smoky eyes.
You can tell that Ajala has a lot of questions, but he's sort of trying to keep his mouth shut. Also, this whole display in this room, does any of it seem to have any, like, occult purpose? Does it seem like it's ritualistic?
Sure, go ahead and make for me. Go ahead and make me an intelligence occult. Difficulty on this is going to be 8.
8, okay, that was
and
difficulty
any of
6.
you who want to make this check are free to make it.
I'll re-roll with difficulty of 8, or are we gonna look at the... That would be 2 successes
That would be 2
if the
successes.
difficulty is 8.
That's fine. With 2 successes, there is a possibility that the way this room is presented is meant to have some sort of ritualistic meaning. However, you yourself are unfamiliar with this sort of ritual. Cecilia, you don't even get those details. It's just, weird flesh crafting.
How many people had to die in order to make this?
By your best estimates, just taking a quick glance and counting the different hues of skin, 30. Cassandra, do you have any specialities for occult?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, no. So, yep. And then, did I miss Chimeg? Or did Chimeg not roll? Chimeg did not.
No, I don't even have a
Fantastic.
cult.
Yeah, that's about all the information you can glean about the room itself. You would also notice that there are a few individuals who are completely in the nude, who have silver platters with them that carry normal, everyday food. Cheeses, sliced meats. Some of them have wine with them in wooden chalices. Nothing too fancy. The doors are closed behind you as you all step in, though. And 2 of you approach the children. Are the rest of you also going to go? Or, not children, child.
Just following Cassandra, she knows where she's going.
Fantastic.
Cassandra's still holding this giant fucking pot, so she'll ask whoever's nearer to her to can you get out the it looks weird, but it's called dragon fruit, I think, and she'll just kind of usher to whoever's nearest to her.
Absolutely. So the dragon fruit is acquired, and you watch as the boy's eyes quickly shift over to it, and there is this brief flash of excitement as he sees it, and the rest of you also notice it because his eyes do a faint glow of white as he gets a wry smile across his face.
It is an absolute joy to see you once again, Lutascar. She'll just smile, not expecting a reply.
Not expecting a reply, you actually do hear one in a voice that your DM has no way of doing whatsoever. Sort of this faint etherealness and a culmination of what sounds like several male and female children all culminating into one wispy voice. He says, "Thank you." And
Does he
well,
have a tongue now?
no. When he opens his mouth, there's still no tongue. He simply turns on his heel, opens the door to the back, and motions for the 4 of you to enter.
Well, I give him a smile, I guess, but I don't really say anything. But I will continue walking.
Sure.
Can you spell the name?
Oh boy.
I
That
just
doesn't sound like an easy name to spell.
No, it's not. Hold on, let me find
Isn't
it
it
in
just-
my notes.
isn't it
Actually, no, it is- it
OTU
is-
space SCAIR.
That is it.
Yeah, sorry. Ignore
Can you
the 2 C's.
paste it, maybe?
It's right in the general chat. For you.
General.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Oops. There we go. So, you are presented with the entrance to a hallway. For 3 of you, this is very unfamiliar. For 1 of you, this hallway is familiar. However, once again, decorated differently than Cassandra remembers. Sort of in the style of a particular manor out in the countryside. You would see that the floors and walls are covered in a thin layer of viscous muscle. And on the ceiling, instead of there simply being a calamity of bodies all mashed together, you see that there is a long stretched out white tiger fur that covers the entire ceiling and runs all the way back to the door on the other side of the hallway. This hallway, for the rest of you, sort of stretches the length of the building from left to right. And there is this wet squelch as you do step upon the floor within the hallway. Go ahead and make for me. This is going to be... Oh, that's right, you're an all frenzy party. I just remembered that, yeah. Oh, boy. How much do I want to fuck with you? Okay.
Well,
Everyone here has conviction instinct, correct?
yes.
I believe
Okay.
so.
Go ahead and make me conviction instinct rolls. Difficulty 6.
That's 2 separate rolls, right?
No, roll it as one
Well, how
dice
do you-
pool. So you're gonna have to look at the dice that you have in both, and then make a custom dice pool.
I don't know how you do that.
So underneath the dice page, if you go down all the way down to the bottom, there's one that's called custom dice pools, and you can type in the name, how many dice it has, and the difficulty, and whether or not wound penalties should apply, and then you hit roll. Excuse me.
4 in total. Difficulty was 6, right?
Yes. Cecilia, 2 successes. You... Okay. Alright. Ajala, 1 success. Ooh, alright.
How many do I have?
Meg, the pinnacle of self-control.
That must
Apparently.
be too many dices.
Wait a minute, 12
Oh, yeah, it
dice?
is.
Holy shit!
I
Wait a minute.
What? How?
I am glad you said something.
Yeah. Oh god. It's supposed to be half of that. There we go. Still 4.
Still
Still-
really good.
Alright, okay.
Where's
Everyone
conviction and
got one
instinct?
dollar.
So Conviction and Instinct is on the primary page. It's sort of in the middle of the page underneath
Oh,
advantages.
okay. I never looked there. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I had to search as well.
I
Like,
was
wait,
like,
I've not
I
seen
never
this
go
before.
that far. Okay.
Is Adjala's conviction plus instinct only 4?
Yes.
That means that everything that agitates you that is hard difficulty and 4 would auto-frenzy you.
Mm-hmm.
That is like someone giving you insult. That's
Mhm.
normally like difficulty 5.
And was it difficulty? What was the difficulty? 6 was it?
Just 6, yeah.
Also,
Okay.
Azzy, does that really surprise you?
No, not
Not
really, I
in the
guess.
least.
4. Fuck.
Oh.
Alright, so I'm just gonna go back over them one more time, just make
I have
sure.
the-
Alright.
I have the most rolls. I have the most dice, and I still get 5.
Jala, Cassandra, and Cecilia, unfortunately. You all begin to take small handfuls of the viscous muscle on the side of the walls and just almost subconsciously just begin to either put it in your mouth and suck all the blood out of it or eat it entirely.
What the fuck are you doing?
Ah,
Is that a thing?
How does that taste?
Like 4-day-old blood. So not good.
ugh.
Sort of like if blood tastes like sucking on a penny normally, This tastes like sucking on a penny that's been through the entire waste treatment facility.
What is the feeling you have in our mind when this happens? How do we know what we're doing?
You are not actually aware that you're doing anything until Chimeg says something. And sort of the best way to describe it is as you are walking down the hallway doing this, the three of you would feel sort of this almost serenity and at peaceness, this ease, as you are walking down the hallway. And that ease only strengthens the more of the flesh that you put in your mouth.
But I realize what I'm doing when she
Once
points it
Chimeg
out.
says something, yes, you realize what you're doing. However, you are still have a general calming effect over you.
All right, but I still feel the taste now, and like
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Getting some muscle fiber from between my fangs and have a similar reaction to Cecilia, and like I didn't remember being that hungry. Like, what is going on here? Oh, this is nasty.
Yeah, old.
She'll give him a look when he's like out loud saying, "Oh, this is nasty," and she'll just say, "Tasteful decor," or she'll just say as she elbows him.
Why?
I tried to stuff the bit of muscle back in place where I got it from. Probably not taking.
At the very end of the hall, there is one other door, which Cassandra, you know, leads into a certain room. For the rest of
So
you,
this is
oh, go ahead.
just to clarify. This is a replica of the manor.
This is a replica.
Perfectly.
It's slightly different, but it is
But-
very close.
Pretty much. Okay. Because I was just so confused. I'm like, that's like in a different place. It's like, okay, thank you.
Above the doorway, sort of extending and coming from that very long, stretched out white tiger fur, is a perfectly preserved, pristine white tiger head, still in the motion of looking as though it's mid-leap with its mouth open wide, ready to bite onto someone. Everyone make me perception, alertness.
Thing's still gonna be alive somehow.
Cecilia is yes. Chimeg no. Cassandra yes. Jala no.
Oh wow!
So-
Ouch, just a one.
Cassandra and Cecilia, you both notice that the eyes shift ever so slightly to take in your presence.
This is a interesting place.
Do you know how they do that? She'll look to the tiger. It's beautiful, but I didn't think it would move like
It might be alive. You can keep things alive with special crafting.
And I want to touch it and see if it's warm. I'm not
Okay.
gonna-
Would you like to?
Listen, I already had to fight the edge to Cecilia to see it, to Cassandra to remove her shoes as soon as he touched the fleshy ground. Yeah, I'm petting the tiger. Fuck it.
All right. Very well. You pet the tiger. It is very warm to the touch.
She'll just kind of like gasp and she'll just nod. Yeah, it's. Wow. It's very, very warm and alive. I didn't think it would feel like this.
It's alive.
I
think
just
it
unless-
yours
Cecilia for a
anything.
second. Go ahead.
I mean, that's one. Is it moving its jaws anything, or is it completely still, only the eyes moving?
Only the eyes seem to move in Cassandra and Cecilia's perception.
They might have disconnected all the joints to it, so it acts like this. But the eyes still have movement.
Please tell me
There
you're
is
not
this-
finding all of this inspiring.
There's this viscousy, wet feeling at the very backs of your feet that sort of give you all a nudge slightly towards the door. And as you look
Are
down,
there any people around us?
there are not. But as you look down to see what touched you, some of the muscle has pulled up from the floor and has like slightly pushed you a little closer to the door.
Oi.
Wow.
Let's enjoy the scenery.
Let's just
Sandra
go.
kind of looks. Don't want to talk to it.
G-Meg will move for the door.
Okay.
Yeah. Cecilia will look still at the tiger, but she will keep moving.
Fantastic. All right. Who opens the door?
And she doesn't.
G-Meg, I guess, if she's the one going for it.
Fantastic. Chimeg, you begin to open the door, and as you do, you realize it's a lot heavier than you thought it would be, as it takes quite a bit of strength to push open. But as it does push open, you are greeted by a very dark room. There is a single sconce that sits on the left-hand side of the door as you open it up that is just faintly lit and gives you maybe about 3 feet of light into the room. And through the darkness, because I'm assuming you didn't have your vision on at the second, you just see dark masses shifting.
She will turn it down now, though.
Okay, fantastic. That does not cost you any
Should all
blood,
be
correct?
vampires.
You go ahead and activate your Eyes of the Beast. And what you are greeted by is a good 24 individuals. Some of them in dance, some of them looking to be devouring their dance party or partner. Some of them simply standing and talking with a silver or gold chalice in hand. And just very lowly. And there's a low murmur that begins to permeate into the hallway for the rest of you.
But there's no, like, music or anything for the people
There's
dancing?
no music.
Cassandra, I thought you said this was going to be a party.
She nods.
G-Meg will step inside.
Is
As
there
Chimeg-
anyone with like platters? Oh, sorry.
As Chimeg takes the first step from the muscly hallway to the stone-paved floor of the inner room, you all watch as dark, wispy black shadows begin to pour over, around, behind Chimeg, and just consume her in darkness for only a few seconds, and then they dissipate back into the room. And Chimeg, as you watch them begin to dissipate, they drift up into the ceiling, where you can now see the entire ceiling is covered in this thick layer of dark shadow.
Follow after.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The same thing happens
Reluctantly, I follow as well.
as Ajala enters, as Cecilia enters. However, as Cassandra enters, the shadows do not move. And the moment that you are all through the door slowly closes behind you. No one seems to be touching it.
It's still dark, I guess.
It is mostly dark in here. There is the one light that is next to the door itself still, that's giving you a little bit of vision. So those of you without the ability to see in darkness are having a bit of a rough time. Those of you who do have Eyes of the Beast and have activated or would like to activate them, you can see everything that I've described so far.
Activate them as well then.
Okay. As you guys begin to scan over the room, go ahead and give me perception awareness checks.
Those without eyes have a particular
Those
difficulty?
without
Yeah.
are going to have difficulty 7.
So what was it? It's perception. What? Sorry.
Awareness.
Oh wait.
Potentially 3 successes.
Gotcha. Alright. Okay. Okay. Wow.
That's terrible perception rolls tonight.
Mhm. Cassandra, your view appears to be blocked by your 3 companions in front of you, so you don't get to see much. However, the rest of you would notice in the room there are some small tables that sort of line the walls to your right, and you can just barely make them out. Ajala would just barely be able to make them out on his left as well. For Chimeg and Cecilia, you would notice that now that the door's been closed for a moment, the shadows begin to slowly drift back down into the dance floor, and more light begins to pour into the room as several different sconces that were up at that height begin to become revealed. 2 of the shadows make their way to form sort of a humanoid-like figure in front of the 2 of you, and in front of the 4 of you, and they solidify. One of them, Cassandra would immediately recognize as a very beautiful, very glistening woman. The other, the rest of you would see quite simply a very short, very muscular, best way to describe it, bat person. Well.
Sandra bows her head.
Welcome, honored guests.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
And-
so much for the invitations.
Far back in the room, you hear the low melodies of sort of a tribalesque African drums beginning to lightly play. And it's as that music begins to play and then begin to slowly rise in volume that the people who were in dance sort of begin to match the rhythm of those drums. And you kind of get the feeling once someone was going down the hallway, everyone sort of just decided to do that whole "we're gonna creep you out" thing. But now that you're in here, everything's fine. So, and this is the shorter, stockier bat person who was talking. I am guessing that you are Jala, you are Cecilia, you are Chimeg, and of course, my darling, how are you doing, Cassandra?
Well, wonderful now that I've seen you.
Warms my dead heart. Either way, welcome to the festivities. Please feel free to mingle. We have plenty of snacks. If you're not in the snacking mood, or you're not someone who partakes in the particular snacking feeding type, I guess I should say, we do have drinks available for you. Oh, also, have any of you seen Alexis?
Not yet. We just arrived.
Very well. I was hoping he might have been outside about to enter soon. Alright. Either way. Oh, where are my manners? I should go ahead and introduce myself. To the 3 of you, my lovely new people, I am Mafazzo. I will be your host for the evening, and I am the one who has set up this lovely part of town.
Thank you for inviting us.
It was a pleasure. I'm sure you've all seen and or met my assistant. And she's sort of just very tall woman, glistening, dark skin, this beautiful traditional African dress that sort of goes down from all the way down to her toes and sort of covers a bit of the stonework below her. Lots and lots of bonework, small bones, almost like bird bones, interweaved through her dress. Well, I have a few guests to attend to. However, don't be strangers.
We won't be, but to thank you for such generosity, these are gifts from our coterie, and she'll I'd say she'll just kind of look between the two of them, though the rest will be arriving at a later date. Bit much to carry for this dance party.
Very well, very well. One moment. And he sort of claps his hands and he watches a few more wisps of smoke begin to make their way in your direction, form into humanoids. And you would see two of them that form are actually, by your best guesses, of Sicilian descent. Sicilian African, I should say, descent. Quite muscular, and quite well armed. They carry on them a number of daggers, somewhere between 12 to maybe 15, as well as each of them has a spear that they carry with them, and a short sword that is carried on in a belt, in sort of an open style wooden sheath. Other than that, mostly unclothed, except for a loincloth. The other two you would notice are of African descent, but you aren't sure where they would be from. They don't look as though they might be from Egypt. They don't look as though they are from Saudi Arabia or anything like that. Nor do they look like they are Nubian or even... They certainly don't look like they might be from Chad. By Ajala's best guesses, seeing as you would be a little bit more versed in this in your subconscious, you would place them much further west of North Africa. Probably around the Morocco area. And they are similarly dressed and equipped. But you would see them sort of gather up the gifts very carefully and begin to whisk them away towards the other side of the room. I should warn you guys, yes, we do have security here. My bad. It's sort of a thing we do with the whole mist. I know it freaks out you Canaanites. We want to apologize for that in the forefront.
Well, I don't see any issue with it, she said.
Finally, someone of culture.
Isn't it just custom to have security comes in?
Apparently not. It was a very big issue when the first few guests arrived and they were freaked out by the smoke turning into people.
You just lack a sense of style, clearly.
Yeah. She was very loud too. Her name was Persephone. Oof. I think she's over that way somewhere. Anyways, sorry. I should be leaving though. Other guests to attend to. And with that, he sort of turns and you expect him to walk normally. He does not. He, in fact, penguin waddles his way into the crowd. And says hello to a couple of people as he's passing by and heading further back into the room. Looking around, you can see, sort of looking in that direction, you can see that the room extends back to give enough space for maybe another 30 or so people to comfortably occupy this room. And then there's a slightly raised platform where you can see that there are 3 wooden and bone-like throne chairs. And you can see he sort of disappears because of his short stature into the crowd of people that are... having a bit of fun.
Well, I will look. He said it would be drinks and so around. Can I see where he's referring to?
Taking a brief look around, you do see that there are a couple of chalices that are on the table to your right. They're all empty though, but you do see sort of embedded into the stonework of the walls. It looks like fairly recently fresh spigots have been put into the walls, and there's 12 of them.
To one of these parties before, right, Cassandra?
Yes, and I do not recall spigots on the walls. That is interesting.
Lago
Surely-
kind of speaks up and says, well, it came to mind that not everyone was exactly comfortable with letting certain people know their preferences. So, due to that, we decided to install a bit of blocking where you're getting your food source. Also, hello, darling. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank
Mm.
you. You have done quite the job.
It's decent. I preferred more so an open theme, but unfortunately that was shut down. We are not back home anymore, so no giant bonfire, no hundreds of servants dancing around naked. None of that fun stuff, unfortunately. But
Next time.
next time,
Next
definitely.
time, surely.
Definitely. Perhaps we'll just pick a location out in the deserts.
Yes.
We'll call it Burning
That
Man.
sounds-
Yep, we went there.
Well, Cecilia will take up one of the chalices and try to use these things on the walls.
Okay. As you get closer, you would notice that there are very small wooden plaques at the top of each spigot. And each one has sort of an identifier. One of them is immediately titled Redhead. Another is titled Albino. Another is titled Flavored. And the titles keep going on for all 12.
Well, I guess I take the closest, the one that's labeled Redhead.
Sure.
And, well, tries to
turn.
fill up a cup.
Fantastic. You turn the small wooden valve.
Yeah.
And there is the best way to describe it, there is this very awkward second where nothing is coming out of it until like 3 seconds tick by where you're like, oh no, it's not working, they're out of Redhead. And then from the pipe itself, there is sort of this low male moan that is quickly followed by flowing of blood.
I knew it. They don't even have it. It is a person that they take and start doing it to the sea. So the thing you do, it doesn't do anything. Just signals to them.
Pretty much.
All right. Well, I will. I will not pull back. I will wait and wait until it stops coming, I guess,
Okay.
or
Yeah,
until it's full. Then I will try to
It will
close the tap.
fantastic. It will fill up a chalice, and you will have to end up closing it. It dribbles over a little bit out over the lip of the cup because a little bit too much came out, but it is what it is. It is extremely warm. In fact, the chalice itself has a light layer of steam coming off of it.
Interesting. And I like dip a finger in it a little and taste it to see if it tastes good.
It tastes fantastic, but like normal blood.
Yeah, I take a little sip and turn back to the group. Well, that worked good.
Yeah.
Just curious to see the other side of that wall now.
Can I take a look at the people that's close to us?
Sure, absolutely. The immediate people close to you. There are about 3 of them that are the closest. One is a very pale woman of Greek descent. Probably looks to have been turned somewhere around her mid to late 20s. Very long flowing jet black hair that runs past her buttocks. She is in sort of this very well form-fitted silk dress that runs for the most part down to her knees. However, on the left-hand side, the dress continues and runs all the way partially onto the floor before ending. Also, in her dress, you would notice that there are quite a few hand-embroidered red and blue roses. Very small, that sort of run up the sides of the dress itself. You do not recognize this individual. The next individual is a man, looks like he may have been turned in his late 40s. African descent, very long curly hair that goes to the just below his collar, on a very elegant set of nobleman's clothes, which is also similarly made of a sort of dyed black silk, and also has a number of red and blue roses running up the sleeves of his formal shirt. He has a very, very stylized Balak dagger that is tucked away in his leather belt. And beyond that, he's probably somewhere around 5'8", and has a well-groomed beard, and sort of brownish eyes. Again, you do not recognize this individual. The last individual that is closest to you would be... You're not sure if it's a guy or a girl, to be honest. I mean, they have sort of indicating features where it's like they look like maybe they were 18 when they were turned. They have extremely short-cut hair. I should say almost buzz cut style hair, to be accurate. Completely flat-chested, which doesn't give any indicators. Stands at around 5'2". Jet black colored nails, sort of a mocha skin color, piercing green eyes, and sort of holds themselves like a male noble in the way that they stand, in the way that they emote when they are in conversation with these two individuals. So yeah, you're not entirely sure.
Right.
Also, another individual you don't recognize.
And there's just Kindred in...
So far, from what you've seen, yeah. Except for the ones being snacked on. The ones being snacked on are definitely more.
Alright.
Speaking of individuals being snacked on, across the room from all of you, because I assume you all moved over to the lovely chalice table, you would see that there are 2 tables that also have chalices on them on the other side. However, there are also a number of large golden platters on one of the tables across from you, which carry a variety of organs, which have been sorted on each platter. Hearts on one platter, kidneys on another platter, livers on another platter. All of them very fresh looking and give off a very pleasant aroma that has begun to drift over your way.
Speaking of people being nommed on, do I see like any indicator where to find one of those?
Not immediately. Everyone who appears to straight up be normal is currently being nommed on, and you're sort of beginning to think all the fun has been taken until an individual sort of on the other side of the room again, sort of near that table with all of the organs, sort of breaks away from the crowd and breaks away from their conversation, goes towards a smaller door which was sort of camouflaged in with the wall, but not entirely, and knocks on it twice. And a individual is shoved out the door quickly, clearly having been released from chains by the sound of it, and they are quickly swept up and moved towards the dance floor with the individual who knocked.
Right.
Do they look willing or struggling?
Struggling, but not very well.
Like they've been drugged or just weak or
Looks like someone who has not been, who's under a bit of malnourishment and is probably severely drunk.
Seeing this, I just pick up one of the chalices and move over to the flavored tap.
Okay, sure. As you move over to the flavor tap, sort of that was
In my head.
the last tap in immediate vision. You would see a tap you would see the titles of two other taps. One tap would be labeled cow. The next tap would actually be labeled special sauce.
I stare at the one that is labeled cow and I say that out loud. I wonder what she did to deserve that title.
I can just see that there would be two taps. One it says cow, and the other one is just citation marks cow.
Maybe.
I'm trying the flavored one and
Okay.
sort of try not to be completely looking weirded out by everything that's going on.
Absolutely. It takes a moment. Eventually, you do hear like this trickle of something coming down some sort of piping, and eventually, as it begins to pour into the chalice, it starts off as just blood, and then you notice like flakes of green onion, flakes of cilantro.
Oh no! I am closing this one.
And
That
just
is
as you
not what
close
I
it,
imagined.
Just as you close it, there's like these little slightly chunkier drops of blood that drop into the chalice that are clearly like very poorly mixed with cayenne pepper.
That's why you go for the safe tap.
You can clearly tell that Ajala's really doubting whether it's rude to leave this somewhere. Oh,
Don't
thank
be
you.
wasteful, Ajala.
But it's against his better judgment. He tries it.
Okay, do you avoid the cayenne in the cup or do you go straight for it?
Just down it. I want to get rid of this.
Fantastic. Good boy. All right. You are going to make me a courage check at difficulty 6.
Courage at difficulty 6. Here we go. There we are.
so disappointed.
Oh, 3 successes. Okay, you do manage to fully down it. And yeah, no, you were expecting like absolutely horrible to begin with, and then you get like these little hints of green onion and cayenne and a little bit of carrot, and it's not the worst, but it's not good.
Yeah, I put down the empty chalice and I'm like, never mind. And he walks over to the door.
As you begin to walk towards the door, you immediately hear like this like high-pitched squeal that lasts for like 2 seconds, as you begin to make your way for the door, and quickly darting out of the crowd, you would all see Persephone, who immediately runs towards Ajala, arms wide open, and make me a dexterity athletics check.
Nani! Frankie, you're in the way. You're sitting on my mouse. Dexterity, athletics?
Mm-hmm. Difficulty 6.
Right.
Wow, okay. Yeah,
There
no.
we go. Rapid reflexes would turn that up to 8.
Fantastic. You are able to brace yourself as she leaps a little bit into the... It's not very big leap, but she does leap towards you and give you a big hug. Which you feel like should have knocked you back, but you had enough time to prepare yourself. Well, Ajala, how are you? Cass, I keep forgetting your name. Cecilia, hey, how you guys doing?
Doing lovely. How are you doing?
I am fucking exhausted, and that's about it. Yeah, no, a lot has changed.
You've been working a lot then, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, no. You guys didn't go to the whole thing that was happening out east, and you should be happy about that because a lot of things have happened out east. So yeah, Karak, not a fun place. I thought it was going to be this beautiful desert, vacation place with this wonderful castle. Yeah, no, it was a shit show. It was a shit show. Literally and figuratively in some instances. Yeah.
Well, you have to give me at least some details about it later.
Sure, yeah, I could give you all the details. No, I really don't want to talk about it. But maybe a little bit later when, I've had more of whatever this is. And she sort of points down to the chalice that she has. You can see she was also drinking the flavored blood. Yeah.
Maybe try the special sauce. Maybe
Oh no, I
that's it.
tried that earlier. That will
Yeah?
get you high as balls. So be careful.
Oh, that explains a thing or two.
Yeah, no, there is totally something in there.
What kind of clothing does she have?
So Persephone is actually wearing, I guess the best way to describe it would be a very fancy nobleman's maid outfit is the best I can describe it. It's the sort of outfit that you would see from someone who works in a castle. It's very well done. Most of it is in silks, but it's still a fucking maid's outfit. And we're not talking modern day maid's outfit. We're talking back then maid's outfit, so it does not look great.
Yeah. I do not
Yeah.
comment on her dress. Then.
What you're giving me a look? What you like?
I was just having a strange question in mind, but I thought that. Well, I was going to ask you if you might have a whip with you, but maybe
I did not think about bringing one.
Me neither. But now I realize I
But
need
now
one.
I need one. Now I definitely need one with I don't know, sharp bits at the end. That would work. Yeah.
At least something. Maybe like three-tailed and have some metal things on it. Could be good.
That sounds awesome. Do you know whip makers? Because I don't.
No, I don't have any personal whip maker. I was just getting a feeling when I
Cass?
see the when I see the dance floor. I can presume that the whip could make this even more fun. And she takes a swig.
You are probably correct. Cass, do you know any whip makers?
In her
Let's go.
trip to the market,
Yeah.
does she know any?
Absolutely not. You have never even heard of just straight up a whip maker.
Not yet, but I'm sure I can ask around, or maybe even inquire some. I don't recall that being such a thing here. Seems quite specialty, but perhaps it's a specialty store that should open its doors around here.
It sounds like someone could make like enough money in like the opening night to last them for like 2 days, and then they would be out of business because I doubt that many people need whips here in Jerusalem. I'm just saying, but
That
it would be
whips
interesting.
And then you
Uh-oh.
you expand.
I guess people, saddle makers and so, have horse whips at least.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't feel like running all the way to the stables though. Just to,
No, me neither.
no. Either way, some other fun people are here. By the way, there are a lot of weird people here who I don't fucking know, who do not speak French, which is really irritating. So if you're not up on your Egyptian, you should probably learn Egyptian like really quickly, like right now, because a lot of them are talking that, which is a little irritating. And then some of them attempt broken French, and it's like really shitty broken French. So be warned about that. Yeah.
Well, luckily I know Egyptian, but people should really know French.
I'm just saying, it's sort of like the language of the courts and nobility. Just saying. Anyways, yes, fun people here. Have you guys ever met Marcus?
Uno? Knock, knock.
Let's see. I don't think I must double check it.
I mean, it's fine if you guys haven't, but
I think I've seen him, but I haven't actually spoken to him.
Was Marcus the one we spoke to?
All I have in my notes is Adam and
Look at
Marcus
Adam.
not at the cemetery, so maybe Muslim out of character. That's the only note I have. I don't know if that helps players.
I know it's a
Uh,
Templar in the Christian faction.
yeah.
The Cappadocian
That's ages
perhaps,
ago.
as in, I spoke to one of them, but I don't remember which one.
I
Yeah.
think you guys spoke to Adam, if the DM is remembering
Yeah.
correctly. However, that was a long time ago at this point.
That
Yeah,
makes-
well, not in the story, but for us.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like yesterday.
Seen Adam.
Absolutely,
I still
totally
know
like
him.
yesterday. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think that we have seen Marcus, and we know he had Templar outfit on him. That's why it's a Templar in my notes.
I don't remember, but that is.
So
typical.
Cecilia still says that then, like, I have seen him, but I haven't spoken to him.
Oh, okay. Well, he's around. He's still rocking his Templar thing. He's in that phase, that religious phase that some of these fuckers are getting into. Not to say I'm totally not down with Jesus, hell yeah. But there's, I don't know, everybody's got this fucking religion phase. And she sort of points across the room, and you can see that there is an individual who looks to be in their mid-20s. Again, very long, dark hair, but it only goes down to about his mid-chest. Wearing noble Templar's attire, and if you've ever seen the movie Kingdom of Heaven, it is the same Templar's attire as the douchebag who is married to the Queen of Jerusalem. It's that attire with the horsewhip.
Beard.
Yes. So Marcus is here, and then we have, I think I saw, shit, and she sort of looks through the crowd and quickly realizes that whoever she's looking for isn't there right now, and she's like, all right, so he's probably doing his thing again, but I think Kothar's here, because I remember seeing him for like
Alright.
5 seconds, and
I've
then
never seen Kothar.
I'm having a hard time thinking as to whether or not I talked to him or not. I don't know. There's sort of like this blur of a moment of like seeing Kothar's face and going, "Hey, buddy," and then just everything after that blanks out. Anyways,
Special sauce. Calls that?
maybe I don't know. Either way, yeah. So he is probably maybe totally here. And the only other cool person that I really like know is here. It's Mara and her sister Cassandra are here. And she points across the room, and you can see Mara is in a beautiful purple dress, sort of royal purple at that, that goes down to about her knees. It is sort of in a little bit of an older style. It's like early 12th century style. Like earlier, like 5 years ago early, so a little out of fashion. Oh wait, most of you were asleep for that, so you wouldn't remember. Never mind. It's a totally new fashion.
No.
So yeah, it looks great. There are lots of ruffles at the bottom of the dress. And you would see next to her is, the best way to say this, a woman wearing this very, very well-maintained, very well-kept goatskin dress. A number of, once again, bone-like necklaces around her neck. A skinned goat head, which has been perfectly preserved, horns and all, as her headdress. And she is probably, best estimates, 6'3". Very large chest, and looks to just be having a pleasant conversation with Mara at the moment. So yeah, that's Mara and Cass. They're over there, and I don't remember any other fun faces. Sorry.
And you, of course.
She kind of thinks for a moment as you say that, and go, "Well, yeah, I'm a pretty fun face, but I was like right in front of you talking to you, so I didn't kind of include myself in that calculation." But totally, yes, absolutely. Jokes are like right over my head, so
That's because you're so short.
if they knew what the word sick burn meant, that is what she would say. So whatever the equivalent of sick burn is in this day and age is what she says.
I smiled and winked towards her.
All right, okay, interesting. Good to know. Either way, yeah, that's everybody that I can think of. So like weird people that I've met so far. She points over towards a. If you would like to please describe yourself to the best of your abilities, if you can remember one rune.
Blythin.
Yes.
What? Okay, that is a bit of a surprise, but he would be wearing leather clothing, probably more a beige and brown sort of tone collar. Young looking face, curly blonde hair, yeah, he probably looks very out of place in the party, as in he looks like he should be in a back alley stabbing someone.
So yeah, he's pretty fun. I think his name was Rue, or like Rune, or like Randy, or some shit. I don't remember. And let's see, other fun people. Oof, that guy's weird. That guy's really into bulls. That guy's kind of creepy. And as she's going over these people, as she's sort of nodding towards each of these people that she's commenting about, they are very average-looking people who are just in very nice clothing. Yes.
No joke, by the way, but I was about to ask earlier, like, is there anyone in the room that seems like Egyptian sort of styled, or anything that has anything to do with the followers of Set? And now you bring Rune up, who doesn't look the part, but yeah.
Does not look the part whatsoever. However, since we're on the subject, far on the other side of the room, which is relatively close to Rune, in all honesty, you would see an individual who has sort of a very Egyptian Bronze Age style of nobility clothing. They don't have a pharaoh's hat or anything like that, but they, by your best recollections, Ajala, and this is extremely fuzzy, you would put them somewhere in the priesthood of Bastet, by all the cat themes going on.
Any leopard skins?
It's intermixed a little bit here and there.
I think I need a drink first. Jala sort of wouldn't be a Jala if it wasn't the case. So he continues towards the door.
Okay, have fun. He does know there's like a face spigot, right? That's the best one.
Yeah, he tried out one of the flavors and didn't like it.
Ooh, yeah, no, that was interesting. Kind of counteracts the special sauce, but yeah.
Well, I'm having the redhead, and that tastes lovely.
Okay. I mean, sure, yeah. Pretty sure it's a guy up there that's like being drained for redhead right now.
Yeah, he tastes good.
Sure, if you think guys takes good, all right, whatever.
We all have different tastes. If you
Sure,
like.
absolutely, absolutely. Also, I can never remember your name, even though we've met like once. And she's pointing towards Jimek.
Jimeng.
Yeah, I'm not gonna remember that. Sorry. I'm just gonna call you Chi.
That's fine.
So how you doing, Chi Chi? What's up?
Please don't. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Jala shouts from just a few meters ahead, like, she's really nice once you get to know her.
Oh, she is? Oh, great. Fantastic. Then we will get along just fine. Boy, oh boy. Also, hey, Cass, we met like once as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We did meet like once. I remember your name.
Yeah. First day in the city, actually. One of the first people I met.
That's right. And then we had the whole thing that went down in Bethlehem. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Man, it has been a while.
Mhm.
So what are you two into?
See that
And
you-
into.
Good choice.
That's really broad. Narrow it down. Into.
Sure. What are you into? Like, are you guys, well, gals, I should say. Are you like Tremere, or like clearly you're a gangrel, 100% got you down packed. But you look, yeah, I can't tell.
I like to keep people guessing. Maybe in a game or two you might find out.
Oh, that. Speaking of games, I did hear that they're going to do like this weird game eventually. Something about what the fuck is that? But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. They said Flesh would be involved.
What is
so,
up with that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I should be involved.
That sounds like fun.
Mm.
Maybe we can all take part.
But yeah, no, if Flesh is involved the way that I think that they're talking about it, not so much. Not
Oh?
my taste.
How so?
I don't like bones, or cartilage, or fingers, or toes, or any of that stuff. and it feels like, you know, judging by, and she points towards some of the crowd who are currently nomming on snacks, judging by some of our lovely weirdos. Yeah, no, I think I'll pass.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Tried it long time ago. Not doing it again. Just saying. So, by that statement, I would guess you do partake in such intricacies. We'll put it that way.
I'm willing to try a bit of everything.
Okay. Gotcha. Mental note made. What about you?
I'm not sure what it is you're referring to.
Eating people.
What's the game?
Yeah, I don't entirely understand. Something about what the fuck is up with that, and we're going to eat people in the process. I don't know. It's sort of weird.
Right. No, not sure that's my type either.
Thank you, someone with some sanity. No offense.
I know,
Yeah.
it just sounds like you tricked on a bone the wrong way, if you ask me.
Yeah. Femurs do not go down well.
There you go. Try the hat next time. What the fuck?
It's about at that time that the door to the establishment opens, and you would all see Alexis, as well as Ezekiel, Sophia, and one other individual whose name I'm blanking on. Someone you all haven't seen in a very, very, very long time, particularly since a vote was held. One Duke Lucius Trebius Rufus, the Incarnate.
I've never met them, have I?
Correct. You have never met them. Chimeg has never met them.
Can you describe
but
what they look like for
Sure,
note's
absolutely.
sake, please?
For Duke Lucius, he is currently dressed in... The best way to place it would probably be... very early cataphract armor from the Fatimid Caliph. Clearly of some sort of Muslim descent, or Middle Eastern descent, I should say. Very long, bushy beard, which is sort of different hues of dark brown and light brown. He currently has on this almost Christmassy Santa Claus-esque long green hat that sort of, if you took the stereotypical Christmas hat and then you like stretched it out so it went down to your mid-back, he has that currently on as his hat. And he's holding himself quite regally. He has these very, very also piercing brown eyes.
Regally, despite the hat.
Yeah. Beyond that, Ezekiel is wearing... he is currently in a style of Lamera armor that looks like it's probably... more than likely from, best guess, somewhere in Western India. He is also has the same style hat, but instead of it being green, it is orange. And also holding himself very regally, sort of leading the pack, as it were. To his left, you would see Alexis, who is in this absolutely drop-dead gorgeous silk nobleman's attire that, for the most part, it is a black silk. However, it does have golden embroidering around the collar and going down where the 4 buttons are on his chest. On the cuffs, it also has golden embroidering, and you can see that on each sleeve there are 4 intricately sewn in pure diamonds on the sleeves of his shirt. He is also wearing a very baggy but somehow still stylish set of black pants, which you're not sure you've ever seen before, but they are very interesting to look at, especially since they have like these 2 long sort of very thinly coated in gold flake colored tassels that sort of extend out of them and run down to about his knees and just sort of dangle. And he is wearing very, very pointy, almost elf-like boots. It's a style back then. Look it up. It's a little weird to see. And they are a wonderful black with sort of small bronze plates that ring around the heel of the shoe. But don't go fully up the sort of tip and spiral of the shoe. And he has on a very nice looking sort of bronze colored leather belt, which has a very intricately made dagger that has this beautiful diamond, emerald, and sapphire encrusted scabbard that hangs from his belt. Sophia, on the other hand, is wearing a very elegant dress that looks like it's probably from around the Normandy era or area of France. Probably was in fashion about 40 years ago. So a little out of date, but still has a magnificent look. And it is very long, and it runs well past her feet and sort of does drag a little bit behind her, unfortunately. Which has, unfortunately, picked up a bit of the viscous muscle blood, because no one was really expecting that except for one particular person. So, and you would see that she is wearing about 3 necklaces. One of them is made purely of pearls. One of them has interwoven in it emeralds and ends in a sapphire. And then the last one is a necklace that actually, now that you look at it, Cecilia, it's kind of familiar for a second. And then you, somewhere in the back of your head, it tells you it's the necklace that she wore during... If you remember correctly, when she was at a ball or a gala in France, that it was your first one that she took you to. And it's very simple. It has a silver chain. It is the longest of the necklaces, so it hangs very low. And it ends with sort of this brooched emerald. And they... As they enter Mafazzo, from seemingly nowhere, Penguin waddles his way out of the crowd, and quickly goes over to greet them in a very hushed voice.
So, a very important question. Does it look like any of them nom the wall?
Ooh, perception, awareness, difficulty 8. I think this is something someone would try and hide.
I also want to roll that. This will be fun.
Yeah.
Try as well, because of course.
With eye for details, if I get that, that's 5.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You would see that the individual that you don't recognize from this group, Duke Lucius, has a tiny smidgen of blood on the side of his mouth. And he looks very at ease. Cecilia, you would notice that he's very at ease. You wouldn't notice the blood. Ajala, you're sort of more interested in the fact that you see Duke Lucius. I mean, that guy's been dead for how long?
He's alive.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Cassandra, there are some very, very, very beautiful people standing at the doorway. One of them you super don't recognize, but there is one that you do super recognize, and that's sort of your focus at the moment.
Not in the outfit Lagua got him. No.
Not in that outfit, no.
Is the ring on, though?
Yes. So, eventually, Mafazzo would sort of do a little bit of a bow and quickly waddle back into the crowd, somehow disappearing. You don't know how he keeps doing that, but it's like almost as the moment a body gets in between you and him, he stops becoming visible, and you don't know where he goes from there. But these individuals quickly recognize at least Chimeg and Cassandra and begin to approach. Before we get to that conversation, though, we are going to take our break. So we will be right back with more Children of the Cup. See you soon. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. Alright, picking up where we left off. So, the four of these individuals go ahead and enter. And quickly, you would see Ezekiel would sort of head off to intermingle with the center of the crowd immediately. And Alexis and Sophie would make their way towards all of you. And Lucius kind of just looks around and then sort of follows behind Alexis and Sophie. Well.
I broke off, so I'm not there.
Yes. Well. Chimag, Cassandra, how are the two of you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. By the way, Chimag, Lucius, Chimag, Cassandra, Lucius, Cassandra. And you can see this individual kind of just looks over the two of you and goes, "It's a pleasure to meet both of you."
Nice to meet you.
Question 2. That's the dance master.
You know, I could go for one about now, so... And he holds out his hand towards you.
Yeah, she'll take it, sure.
Yes. And as he begins to whisk you away towards the center of the room, he says, "Thank you. I am so not used to public events like this.
No?
Not at all. And we will get to that conversation in a second here. Ajala, over at the fun door. What do you do?
Is there like a menu?
No, there is not.
I'm just gonna knock twice in that case, and I'll see what happens.
Okay, fantastic. You knock twice, and you sort of step back like the other individual did, and you wait. Maybe about 5 seconds later, the door opens, and you can hear the rattling of chains from within. And there is this, you would say, probably, yeah, more than likely Northwest African woman who is pushed out of the door in a similar style. Her eyes quickly dart across around the room and then quickly lock onto you. Hi.
Hi. And I hold out a hand as in to invite her to come along with me.
Where am I?
Good question. I'm not entirely sure.
Right. She goes ahead and carefully takes your hand.
And I'll lead her way back to where Chimeg is standing.
Sure. All right. Meanwhile, Cecilia, you've walked off.
Yes, and I'm heading towards Mara and Cassandra.
Okay. You make your way across the room over to Mara and Cassandra. And as you get closer, Mara sort of turns to you and says, "Ah, there she is. Cecilia, this is Cass. Cass, this is Cecilia." Not to be confused with... Yeah, so Cass, there's another chick here, probably also called Cassandra. So we're going to call you Big Cass, and we're going to call her Normal Cass. And sort of Cassandra gets like this scrunched up look on her face and... All right.
I've heard so
Sure.
much good about you. It's so lovely to
I've-
finally meet you.
Yeah, no, I've never heard about you, but Cassandra, good to meet you. Cecilia of Montfort.
Yes, that's correct.
Great, fantastic. Knew I would get somebody's name right tonight. All right. Hi.
You recently came? Yes, for the party?
Yeah, no, I came from Tel Aviv. Well, originally I came from Durham, then I came from Tel Aviv, because, you know. Yeah, no, I was not expecting to be this far north. But then I was like, then I got an invite, and I was like, hey, we need you for, like, this party, because, you know, you're my sister, and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah.
I smile towards Mara when she says that.
Mara's just like nodding her head with her eyes closed. Yep. That's me.
Thank you for last time, by the way, Mara. It healed very good.
Yes, I wanted to actually check in on you about that. So that's all fine. No tenderness, no swelling, no none of that.
No, I just moved the tendons a little when it got a little off by the bone.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Cool. And Cass kind of looks between the two of you and... but yes, so Cass is now in town, so if you'd like to, you know, talk with her at all or get anything done, she has like a couple of interesting books that she's been taking around with her. I don't know. And Cass just sort of shakes her head a bit and says, all right, well, we're already starting with that. Yes, I have a couple of interesting books right now on me. Yeah.
And what kind of books are those? What are they about?
Well, I've got a few about the human anatomy. That's a new study that's come out of... Oh, no, it's not called Bulgaria right now. I can't remember the name of the country that is currently there. My bad. Sorry, history failing me a little bit. But she says in that region. It's a study done by a mortal physician there, over 200 patients, yada, yada, yada. And then I've got a couple of, fun, usual Tremere shit. You're the city Zamisi, right? Or is that Alexis?
I think Alexis would be that title, but it is true that I'm also Tsimishi.
Oh. And you guys aren't like ripping out each other's throats?
No, we have kind of good understanding. We are not
okay.
really fighting over the same thing at the moment.
Well, when I was
So
heading
hopefully-
down this way, the Armenian Zamisi were in the middle of a bit of a, huge fight up north. So if you ever decide to head that way, you probably want to be careful.
Definitely have to keep a low profile then. Maybe not tell everyone that I am one.
I think you'll be fine as long as you don't run into any Ventru, especially from France.
Yeah. And she looks down a bit like Ventures, yeah. No kind of conflict with those here, at least on me.
Oh, that's good. Are there like many Ventru in this city even?
No,
Alright,
that
it's
is
kinda
the
like, no.
that is the reason.
Okay, no, that would make sense. Absolutely, yeah. I hear they're like really getting big though in Lithuania. There's some sort of new group that they formed up there, the new kingdom or some shit.
Oh. Well, I was planning at some point going back home to France, but I mean that will not be a fun ride, so maybe I have to wait a couple of hundred years.
Home in France? Because that's a bit of a hot spot right now for us.
Yeah, to be fair, let's not go into too much details exactly where, but I will not be traveling coming 10 years, let's say that.
Smart decision, I would say. Yeah, no. Marcus Delapuy is like on a tear in the south.
Oh. So what's your specialty when it comes to the art looks between the sisters?
I'm really, really good at finding out what happened in certain places with our kind, and also totally killing our kind from a distance.
So you want to be on your good side then?
It makes it very hard to have friends, let's put it that way.
What's your going rate for doing those kind of things? That must be very expensive.
Usually a life boon, depending on who the person is, that you want. But, yeah, no, if it's just, tracking someone or finding out what happened with an object or a room, it depends on the size of the room. I mean, if we're talking this size room or this size building, we're probably looking at a minor boon. And then if we're looking at perhaps what has occurred over the course of several nights over, say, a manor grounds, yeah, that's going to get up to majors. So, yeah. And I'm pretty good at it, too.
That's lovely. I will keep that in mind if I need to find out something.
Also, I should probably apologize now. I do have a tendency to just and she just waves her hand in front of her, and Mara sort of nods and goes, she means scan people's auras.
Well, that is a little rude, but I guess that's something that comes with the profession automatically.
It's kind of a bad habit, yeah. So, yeah, I'm just warning you now.
Well, you're probably going to see a lot of interesting auras during the night then. Many kindreds going to be here.
Really, I just hope I don't end up doing it, because I feel like it's going to be a headache in this room, and these whole... I don't even know what these, clans are called. I haven't met half of these clans. I don't know half of these clans. I don't know 90% of these clans.
And what you will probably see strange things in the walls as well. At least one of the corridor there is.
Yeah, I saw that. That was
it's
awesome.
alive.
That was really awesome. Like, from what I could tell, that's a bit of Zamisi, fuckery mixed in with necromancy on a level that I haven't seen before.
Yeah. It's,
Oh, sorry, I said Zamisi fuckery. I didn't mean it that way.
I don't. The technical term is vicissitude, but
Yeah, but Zamisi fuckery sounds funner.
yeah, I knew exactly what you meant when you said it. So, and I take no offense. I mean, it wasn't me that named it anyway. It's hard
Mara
to
kind of
pronounce.
interjects and says, "Yeah, also she's very blunt. Sorry about that."
So, why do you have a book about human anatomy? Is that a subject you like?
No, not generally, but I promised a couple of Zamisi friends down south that I would get them the book. Mainly because the book's kind of been banned in their region of the Fatimid Caliph. There's whole, knowledge thing, and they don't exactly have time to go make it up to the Library of Alexandria at the moment, so... But yeah, there's a bit of a brood fight going on between some Setites and some Zamisi down there, and, there's a good friend from before the change, so figured I'd help her out.
Any chance I could maybe transcribe a copy of it before you travel?
Sure, I'm gonna be traveling in like 2 weeks because I've got to replan and reprepare everything because somebody sent me a letter that got to me when I was already in fucking Durham. And Mara just goes, it is what it is.
You're gonna live with Mara during these 2 weeks?
I would totally say no to that all the time. Mara's a horrible traveling companion. Mara immediately hits her. Hey, it's true.
Where can I find you then?
To be honest with you, I got in like a few hours ago, and that took a, special ritual to be able to, walk during the day. So I have no idea where I'm staying. And no, before you say anything, Mara, I am not staying in some fucking church. I wasn't going to suggest you stay in a church, but whatever. It's a partition. Same difference!
Alright, I will have to try to find them when you find somewhere to settle down for the week. 2
But
weeks.
I hear that you guys are, like, sticking around the Lady Painted?
The
No,
painted lady,
Painted
yes.
Lady, yeah.
Or if you like a more rough establishment, I would take the Slaughtered Ox. Depending on what you
That
fancy.
sounds like fun. What do they do with the slaughtered ox? Please tell me that they literally have an open roasting pit where they slaughter an ox each night.
They don't have that right to him.
They don't.
It is more referring to all the gambling that takes place down there. If you're gonna lose the whole ox.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
maybe not exactly that bloody, but a lot of fights happen.
Are there any, like, down to the earth sort of mortal groups around the area? Like tribals, bone collectors, like we're gonna go out to the mountains at like 2 a.m. and slaughter a goat.
I know that there is something close to that to the south, outside the walls, but
Okay.
I'm
I'm interested.
They come from the east, apparently, and
The east. Are
She
we talking
may know
like
more about
India east, or are we talking like?
Mongolia.
Oh, please! Those people are awesome.
Perfect. And you probably want to speak with She-Meg, and she stands in the end of that over there. She knows about that group.
Okay. When you go to look to find She-Meg and you point her out, you notice that there's a flash of movement to your right, and as you go to look back at Cass, she is not standing there. Mara kind of just looks in the area where she was standing a second ago and goes, "She does that sometimes."
Oh well.
Yeah.
How are you doing then?
I am kind of bored, honestly. I mean, there's a lot of blood. There's a lot of nom nom. There's some like shitty African music. That's about it. And there's like people talking, of course, but you know, that's just my opinion.
Well, what do you like? What would help liven up it for you?
I don't know, a seance? Can we do a seance? I think that would be pretty fun.
Well,
Then again, you'd have to get other people to agree to the seance. Yeah, let's not go there.
Do you have a whip?
Yes? She
On
looks
you?
very concerned. On my horse?
No, on you here now.
On me here now, no. Outside those doors, yes. Like 5 feet from the front door.
I will keep that in mind then. May I borrow it if the time would... Well, if the night will escalate in that direction?
Sure. Alright.
Does she look a bit horrified over this, or does she...
No, she's like confused. She's got one of those, I didn't know this was that kind of party look on her face.
As I understand it, later in the evening they might get a different kind of vibe, and maybe a whip can help. If people don't, it will probably be a lot of people eating, maybe even killing a lot of people. So I was going to enjoy myself in other ways.
You are very confusing with your messaging. I thought you were going one place and you went a completely different one.
Well, they don't exclude each other. Technically. But I wasn't solely referring to that. I was more referring to the pain aspect.
Okay.
Have I taken you to a third place now?
Go ahead. No.
Anyway.
No. Yeah, I mean, you can take the whip. That's fine. Why do I come to weird places? And then we break from that conversation. And we go back to Cass. Cass, I would like you to roll for me Charisma Performance or Charisma Etiquette, difficulty 5.
Wait a minute, okay, would I have more performance or etiquette? Where is my etiquette? Is etiquette a thing in this? Where is it? Is
Yeah,
it? I don't think etiquette.
middle row under skills.
Middle row. Oh, they're
yep.
both the same. Okay, that's right. Cool.
Ajala has 0 in both.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Makes sense.
3 successes.
3 successes. All right, with 3 successes, you go into quite a slightly provocative but elegant dance with Lucius, who manages to keep up somewhat. It looks like he's more used to a certain style of music, and this is not him. This is not it for him. But he's doing his best, and he begins to dance along with you. Yeah, no, I'm not very, how should we say, a socialite, as some of these other people. Although, you know, it's kind of weird coming from me, seeing as I did run for Prince, but, you know, it is what it is. And I apologize.
Do you enjoy them at least?
What? Yeah. I do apologize, though. I am Duke Lucius, and I did not catch your name. And he kind of gives a bit of a sly smile as he says that.
Duke, is it too late to curtsy?
You may curtsy at will.
My name is Cassandra.
I have heard this name from Alexis. Oh, what did he say about the casino? You are not Alexis's new friend, are you?
She'll tilt her head. There's more than a couple of Cassandras in this town, but go on.
Oh, that's right. Yes, Mara's sister is also Cassandra. But as I do not see you in tribal dress wear or wearing any bones or, cutting the throat of any sheep or goats, I think I got the right Cassandra. Sort of giggles to himself as he continues to dance along. No, you look much more elegant and much more refined, though.
Thank you for all these compliments. So, you've not been in the city for a little while, or taken a bit of a break from it all?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been back in Jerusalem. No, it was very advantageous for the... Oh, I'm not sure if you're aware of the whole Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Armenian thing going on. But yes, it was very advantageous for after my loss of the votership of the Christian faction that I disappeared for a while and everyone think I was dead.
Impromptu holiday. Got it. Sounds like a good move.
Sort of. I mean, it was a business holiday, if such a thing exists. It was like a little bit of negotiations, a little bit of money, a little bit of dancing, a little bit of drink. But yeah, oddly enough, everywhere I've gone, I've danced at least once. Sort of weird thing that's been going on ever since that fateful night, one might say.
And what new friends did you make on your little business venture?
Ooh, what new friends have I not made? Have you ever seen a Sethite who actually turned into a snake?
No,
Well,
I have not.
I got the rare pleasure of seeing that in Western Cyprus 1 week ago from now, actually. And it was quite fascinating, and I have never seen the mortal eaten whole in the same fashion that a person would be eaten by a giant snake. It was interesting. Frightening, but interesting.
How big did the jaw get to? That
Well,
sounds quite the sight.
Luckily it went head to toes. It started on the head and then worked its way down. So it didn't have to open up, weirdly or anything. Well, it was pretty weird. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty weird. Yeah. Though that's an experience. But other than that, I met my first couple of Zamisi. In fact, 3 of them who were all, they aren't twins, but they are twins, but they're also, there's a third of them. I don't know the word for it. They said they were triple somethings. Yeah, that was fun. And they were all very Zamisi-y, if that's even a thing. And then let's see, some other fun people I met. I got to, actually, I met with Alexis once when I was in Cyprus. So yeah, that was a fun encounter. And then he had to go off to Antioch, and then he traveled south back to Jerusalem, and that's when I kind of lost track of him. So yeah, but it was fun while I was there. We went to a couple of parties, had a couple of great dinners, and that man can always find a restaurant where they have live music that's really good. No, it's been a lot of that. and then negotiations for military support, financial support, yada yada yada, boring stuff, financial governmental bullshit.
And now that you're back, what do
Now
you
that I'm
intend to do?
back, now that I am back, I am to officially sign the alliance between myself and the lioness, as it were, my opponent. So fun times. In fact, I hear that there is a chance she might show up, so spoiler alert.
I've never met her, so
Oh,
be exciting.
ooh. Tell me, what do you expect?
Someone who knows how to pull the room's attention. Someone
she does
who
that, yeah.
is- So someone who's surprising, not what you expect, but in the best way.
Yeah, that's pretty much the nail on the head. I mean,
Wait.
plus for someone who is a member of her clan's warrior society, she is very political, to say the least,
Mhm.
and a great
And-
dancer. But not in like traditional style. She has like the. Have you ever seen those Indian belly dancers? She knows how to do that thing.
No.
No, you have not? Oh. Okay, you are a permanent resident here in the city, yes?
Hopefully. Should be.
Hopefully. There
We're settling
is a, well, I guess the best way to call it, a bar in the Armenian Quarter. It's far Computer froze. Oh no! Computer froze there for a second. Sorry about that. It is very,
Hello?
very south.
Did sound
Can you
cut
hear me?
out, or
Ah,
just-
Discord froze. And then broke.
I hear you.
1 second.
But not him.
oh yeah,
1 second, chat. We'll get it running.
It explains it.
There's the.
Hello!
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my computer hitched and froze, and I lost the ability to talk to you guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, bar in the Armenian Quarter. That's right.
Yes, there is a bar far south in the Armenian Quarter. If you've ever been towards the Zion Gate, it's sort of in that area, which I believe is still marked off as part of the rack. But if you head west of the rack, and you head towards that nook and cranny, sort of, on the walls, there's a great bar called the Shukenshan. Would I describe it? It is a place for traders, it is a place for travelers, and is it a place for exotic dancing? Both clothed and not clothed.
That sounds like my kind of place. No, I've never actually had a proper tour of this place yet.
Aren't
Perhaps
you
you'd
part
like to
of
come with
some
me at some
super
point?
secret pile for Coltery that came here like a couple of months ago?
Oh, please, please, please tell that to the rest of my coterie. They'll blush and probably get you drinks and dances all night. But yes, but I'm the newest edition.
Hmm.
And we've been very busy.
So busy they haven't shown you around the city?
Bits and pieces, but very much in a whirlwind style.
Hmm.
Not enough to kind of orientate myself yet.
Well, there is currently a war going on, so I could see some hesitation, but
Yeah, my didn't even spend a full dress before I was into the fray of that.
Oh, you got here right then. Oh, sorry for you. Normally, when there are times of peace, we have these great how should I put it? Get-togethers. It's sort of like if you've ever been to any other courts, they have Elysium. Here, because we have never had we haven't in a long time had an official prince. We sort of instead get to this like massive get-together. All the religions come, all the sects come, all the servants, ghouls, however you like to call them, also come. We get together, there's food, there's wine, there's drinking, there's talking, there's dancing. A little bit of fucking here and there, but that's, to be expected. It's pretty fun, and we do it usually like once a month. But then, of course, all the bullshit started between the Christian and Muslim faction. Ever since, I don't think we've held one. The Jews might still be holding one in private, though. You gotta ask them.
I bear that in mind. Yeah, I've only been to Mafatso's parties, so I am very curious as to how Elysium would look.
You've been to one of his parties before?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I've been to a few. Back when he was, in the homeland, essentially.
How different is it to this?
There's a lot less nudity. We are not outside. There is no bonfire. There's no massive orgy currently. I'm thinking that might start eventually here, though, knowing these kind of people. There's also a severe lack of totems.
Ooh.
And also, I don't see them currently, but the twins aren't out here either. Yeah, they have 2 twin white tigers that usually are at these parties.
So not just above the door, actual.
Oh no! That is no. Those are the ones that they hunt with the tribes, the mortal tribesmen. No, they have 2 special ones. They're much larger than normal. I think they've been altered in some way. One is about, I'd say, the height of the average man. The other one is slightly shorter. On all 4s, that is. But I don't see them tonight. They might be holding that for, later on, or they might just want to freak somebody out. I don't know. Or they might be engaged in other activities. So did you, mayhaps make your way down to Africa at any time? Or did you meet him during the transition between Africa and here, or? Oh no. Shannon is frozen.
Oh no.
Not too late.
Shannon's semi-frozen.
Hello, you can still hear me, right?
You're breaking in and out, but yeah, we can sort of still hear you.
Yeah, it's alright. I can hop in and out and see if that does anything.
Yeah, give that a try. Technical difficulties, we'll be right back. But we're not actually going to switch screens.
Hello.
Yay! Alright.
To have helped.
Sorry, if you could go back over what we were saying.
I just don't remember.
Okay. Well, he had sort of asked you, did you meet Mafatso in Africa, or was he coming up from Africa to here, or?
Transitionary period.
Transitioning period. Is that when they still had the caravan? Yes, the caravan. I think they went from manor to manor along the coast. So you went to one of those parties. Interesting. And do tell, what have you thought of Mafatso? Compared to his other kind, that is.
First off, his kind of a type met, so really different comparison. But
that is a fun story.
Your gracious house. Oh?
Oh yes. Normally his kind are not very, how shall we say, civilized. Normally his kind are very much will stalk you in the woods while you are traveling, snap your neck, and then drain you of everything you have. Or if you're a Cainite, will get every single one of us within a 10-mile radius together and just gang up on you and kill you. Which is quite odd because they're usually very solitary.
So they do that usually on their own?
Yeah.
Huh. Sounds like a feat.
Well, has he shown you how he does the invisible thing?
Out of character, I don't remember. Did they?
Nope. I don't believe he brought that up during the last party.
No. But is it similar to the mist? Or...
In a way, yeah. Just know that if you see Mafazzo in his elegant bathrobe, you're safe. The moment you see the bathrobe on the floor, you're probably going to die. In a glorious fashion. Glorious and bloody fashion.
Why? Have you seen that in person then?
Once.
And why did they die in a glorious bloody fashion?
Well, let's just say, despite them being a Cainite, and despite them being very good at regulating their speed, I don't know how you would say someone with, the discipline of celerity, someone who's very quick on their feet. Despite them having quite a bit of experience in that level, Mafazzo is quieter, faster, and quite efficient. And has more arms than you would think.
But what did they do to deserve such treatment?
Oh, if I remember correctly, this was like 20 years ago. It had something to do with him entering into Mafazzo's territory, which, by the way, is not marked. And then, numbing on some tourists. And he didn't even kill them either, if I remember it correctly. It was just, he drained them a little bit, let them go on their way. Mafazzo found out about it, Mafazzo killed him. So that is sort of a trait between his other kind that has sort of stuck. He's extremely territorial. Fun to watch, though. And it's at that time that we break off. It's Chimeg. You are bombarded with a bunch of strange people. Well, when I say strange, you know them, sort of. When you hear and sort of feel like this wisp of wind behind you, as you sort of quickly glance over it to see what it was from, there's a tall, decent-looking woman in a goat dress standing next to you. Well. I hear that you are Chimeg.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Cass, or Cassandra. I'm Mara's sister.
Right. I think we heard about you a bit. Nice to meet you.
Interesting. Hopefully only good things, right?
Yes.
It was a very odd way and slow way to say yes, but alright. That makes me semi-doubt you, but whatever. So I hear that you would totally be into staying up at 2 a.m. and slaughtering something on top of a mountain and draining some people. Is that true? because I am really out of my element around these people.
For what purpose?
Fun? Oh, and also, I could really use some blood. In particular for rituals.
Oh. I suppose.
Right, I take it you aren't much of a talker. That's okay. We can work around that. Also,
No,
I hear you might know some people to the south who are also into some things.
We're also into some things.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mongolians, perhaps.
Oh. Yes. That's
Oh.
true.
Thank the gods. Well, hello, Shining White Knight. You know, I would offer you to ditch this place and just go find your friends, but I have a feeling that you'd want to stick around for the party. I don't know.
Well, they are also quite far away at the moment.
Oh. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking. I don't really have a great concept of distance. So, how far are we talking?
Like, I think at this time the hunters would probably be returning there.
Yes.
So they would have like at least 3 days travel back, right?
Somewhere around
By
there.
horse,
you
I
aren't
mean.
exactly sure, but yeah, somewhere around there.
Up to 5 days maybe.
Ooh,
Horseback.
I'll be here for like 2 weeks, so that's cool. Maybe another time then. Either way,
Sure.
you're a little quiet for my taste, but that's okay. I am sure we can get up
Alright.
to lots of fun.
These kind of things aren't really my thing.
Yeah, no, not mine either. Okay, interesting. So in order for you not to confuse me with the other casts, you probably want a nickname for me. So if you have something in mind, just tell me so I know. Because otherwise I won't know.
You two do not look very alike, though.
Yeah, that's true. I'm hotter.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Please tell me you are also territorial, because I am sick and tired of these people who just let you do anything.
I prefer mine to be mine, yes.
Someone of culture. Alright. So.
Where are you from originally? This is not
that
your territory, is it?
Rough question. So, are we talking originally after, or are we talking about before,
What did you know? Oh, okay. I suppose where you would feel like you belong? Where is your territory?
Sure. I would say my greatest territory of the many that I have, because I have 6, but probably the one I would consider home, Livonia.
Do I not have any idea where that is?
Far north.
Like, Like the Golden Horde north, or
Way
more
past
like
that. More
Scandinavia?
north. More like close to Scandinavia, but across the Baltic Sea still. This would be this would be rather close to around the Estonia, Livonia area. So Estonia, Livonia, Lithuania, that pocket of area.
Like Lithuania?
Yeah, close enough.
Interesting. I've passed through long ago.
How long ago are we talking? Because there have been some wild things that have happened up north before, so I'm wondering if you were part of any of them.
Do I have any idea when this was?
Nope. Rough estimate? Last 30 years?
Not too long ago, I think. We went in and through a bit. No more than 30 years, probably.
More than 30, okay. That narrows down the events quite a bit. Like, quite a bit. Okay. Interesting.
What kind of events?
Oh, lots of murder fests.
Hmm.
So, couple wars, which is different from a murder fest. Let's be clear. There's murder fest, then there's war. Two different things. Yeah. You mentioned North isn't Golden Horde. You wouldn't happen to also be a member of the Golden Horde, would you?
At one point.
Okay, there we go. That narrows it down way a lot. All right, so there was a murder fest maybe like 26 years ago by the Golden Horde up in that area, and then there was a murder fest like 28 years ago in that area. So, any murder fests in that particular time span that ring a bell?
What do you mean when you say murder fest?
Like, went into an entire town and or city, murdered every living thing there, dragged away some of the particularly special specimens and, sold them, did other things with them. Fun stuff.
Something like that.
Well, you had my curiosity. Now you have my interest. So, are you... Wait a minute. You are... Hold on. Let's clarify. You are with Cecilia. Cecilia is part of the Weird Coterie. So you are also part of the Weird Coterie, yeah?
Weird Coterie?
Yeah, you guys showed up, what, a couple months ago, and already you're fucking taking over a section of the town? And also a major part of the Christian faction?
Is that normal?
Not normal.
Oh. Guess we've been lucky.
Sure. Or you're all secretly Methuselahs. One way or the other, super fun.
Does she even know what that term is? She hasn't really been educated.
Well, I think it's been mentioned once or twice.
I think
particularly
Mike
by
has said it
Cecilia.
once.
Yeah, I can't remember if Jimmy was there for that. Maybe she was.
Did it explain the term? I think she just said something in rage as she was walking away.
Hmm.
I think I've heard that term, but I'm not sure I know what it is.
Wow, that's fine. It just means super old. Or super powerful but young. It's weird how the whole age thing works.
How does it work?
No one's explained to you how the whole age thing works?
Not particularly, I suppose. This is a weird thing to talk about at a party, I guess.
What else are we going to talk about?
I have no idea.
Precisely. It's... I don't know. These kind of things are sort of irritating, in my honest opinion, so I like to talk about, normal shit. Instead of, I could ask you weird party questions. Any good blood orgies you been in? Or, how many slaves you got? Or, I don't know, do you want me to ask those questions? I can ask those questions if it helps us, get to the whole mountain and murdering a couple goats thing.
I'm good.
That's what I thought. Alright, so we're going to have to give you a history lesson on the whole age thing, which that'll be a fun conversation, which we can totally do over goats. Interesting. You don't know what a Methuselah is. You don't know about the age thing. You're new arrivals, and you're kicking a bunch of ass, and you've killed werewolves. Wow. Speaking of which, how did that go?
The werewolves?
I mean, you're live, obviously. That part, dumb question. Was it fun? Was it scary? Was it never personally, went mano-a-mano with werewolf?
It's like any fight, I guess. Kind of up in it until you aren't anymore.
That's not usually how people explain it, but okay. Alright. Interesting. So you're saying to me that you fighting a fucking werewolf and living is like a usual fight, just casual Tuesday.
Not what I said.
That's how you phrased it.
We took an opportunity, I guess. That's all it was.
Okay. Interesting. I am learning a lot from this conversation. A lot of fun things, too. Tell me, how versed are you in the Tremere and the fun things that we can do?
What has she heard? She has heard that she has some kind of tracking magic.
Sure.
Cassandra specifically. Other than that, I don't think she knows that much about Tremere, does she?
I mean, you've had very, very, very brief interactions with Mara, and Mara did heal Cecilia somehow when Cecilia was super fucked up. And you know that Mara had a lot of access to ritualistic books. So
And gargoyles.
And gargoyles, yes. Lots of gargoyles.
Honestly, most things I know about it is weird. Do you like healing? So maybe something like a Timishi? But otherwise?
Super polar opposites, but it's fun that you say that.
Did
Wow.
T-Mag ever experience Ajala being a fanboy?
I don't think she did.
A what?
Ajala being a fanboy of the idea of what Mara could do.
No, I don't think so.
Because in the beginning, I do remember Ajala in the very beginning being very fanboy when it came to Tremere and Mara.
That was before Chimeg.
Yeah. So you didn't experience that.
Don't know much about Tremere. Check. Got it.
No, it's
So-
some kind of magic, I think.
Yes. That is exactly sort of it. Sort of. Kinda. Weird fun stuff. We do a lot of weird things. Either way, clarification. Are you a Anda or a Gangrel?
I'm an Anda.
Okay. Check. Gotcha.
Why?
Oh, I've only met like 2 of you guys before, and it's always fun to see what you guys can do compared to Gangrels and how you act compared to Gangrels. And this is definitely falling in that category of stereotypical Anda.
Alright.
See, it's the responses. That's what I love. That's what really makes it fall into, like, the type.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm. This is fascinating. Keep going.
She makes sort of laughs. I'm not sure how I should feel about this.
Awesome. So, we break away from that conversation, and we head to check back in on Cecilia.
All right.
Well, Cass is probably going to ask your friend 1,000,001 questions. You should be careful about that. Also, other Cass is dancing with Duke Lucius, who was super dead last I heard.
Yeah, that is strange. I guess he got better.
Yes, absolutely. He got better from being dead.
She's
Congratulations, the Cappadocians have pulled it off once again. What? Alright.
Maybe he was gravely wounded and now healed? Or maybe he just
Huh?
hid.
The latter's probably more likely.
The question is, why would he hide? Did you think someone paid him off?
Ooh. Or maybe it was embarrassment for losing the vote?
That is also a possibility.
Hmm.
I don't know how vain he is. I don't know him at all, actually. And he probably doesn't like me.
Oh, why not? What have you done?
Well, I might have asked a question that made him look unfavorable in the voting.
Oh, please, you'll be fine. And it's about at that time Ezekiel comes over. Well,
Good evening.
good evening, Cecilia. Mara. Mara kind of goes, hi. What are the 2 of you up to? Because this seems like a more interesting conversation than what I just had there. Speaking of which, in case you don't know, you should probably know a lot about Spanish bulls before you go into any conversations in the middle of that room.
Spanish bulls. They have to be Spanish?
You know, I didn't ask.
Well, I can probably fake it. I can pretend to be a connoisseur in Spanish bulls.
In Spanish bulls. Okay.
I don't know. Well, do you have any news for us maybe about the East and the conflict to the East?
It's pretty much wrapped up. Things have died down quite a bit. Very, very bloody fight, but we seem to be winning. Other
Wonderful.
than that, quite a few of the individuals from here in Jerusalem are beginning to trickle back, as you can tell from Persephone. Yeah, no, beyond that, not much news entirely beyond what you already know, because I've been in the city.
Do you know
although-
about Duke Lucius? Well, he's back.
Oh,
Apparently.
yeah, no, Duke Lucius... Oh, that's right, there was the whole rumor that he died, sort of thing that floated around for a while. No, he went to Cyprus.
All right.
Hmm.
You know why?
By my recollection, he was gathering the forces and money in Cyprus to then form an alliance officially as a show of good faith with the Lioness.
Hmm.
Well, as a matter of fact, why don't we just actually talk to Duke Lucius?
We could do that.
Well, and Ezekiel sort of motions in the direction of Lucius, waiting, of course, for a time when Lucius can actually see him. And we jump over to Lucius and Cassandra, who his eyes sort of carry over from you to a back portion of the room, and he goes, "Oh, looks like the puppet wants to talk. Would you care to keep joining me, or?"
Would you care for the company along the way?
You have been a pleasant dancer, and yeah, no, I think I would very much enjoy the company.
Sure, I'll make it for a bit.
Fantastic. So, both Lucius and Cassandra make their way over.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry, I'm unaware of your name entirely. I know it starts with a C, though, and I recognize your face very well.
Cecilia of Montfort.
Ah, yes, of Montfort. How are your cousins? Relatives?
It was a while since I checked in on them, but rumor-wise, they seem to be doing fine. At least the rumors I have. You sound like you have other rumors. That seems interesting.
I've heard they've had some money troubles recently, so, you know. But, either way. Cecilia, Cassandra, Cecilia. No, you guys came in the same party. I just pulled a... My bad. I did not mean to... Either way, yes, also, hi, Mara. Hello, Ezekiel. Ezekiel kind of smiles.
We were just talking a little about you, actually.
Oh, really? Do tell me more.
Well, there was a pilgrimage that you suddenly disappeared from, and there were some horrible rumors according to it.
Oh,
were
that's
dead,
right.
actually.
Yes, that I was dead with the pilgrim. I wasn't actually on that pilgrimage. Officially, yes, I was on the pilgrimage. I was not on the pilgrimage, though. Yeah, so that's why there are rumors, you know. But way I hear it, yeah, no, Habiba is actually the one who took care of that pilgrimage. A very unfortunate thing for the pilgrims, but it worked very well for me sort of going away.
Yes, indeed. But
You
maybe the wrong faction got to think that you were dead?
Well, it's advantageous in both ways in case there are any individuals who are sort of riding the line, as it were.
Ah, that is true. Well, I'm glad to see you in good health.
Yeah, you know, it's been a decent little bit. If I remember correctly, you... an individual who was always in a cloak, as well as another individual who I think I saw somewhere around here. You all came to the city around the same time as the vote.
Ajala and Serafina is what you're referring to.
Serafino, that's what his name was. Yes. Very, very much a bookworm.
We came to this city in the middle of the turmoil and was pulled into a boat just days after we came here.
Interesting. I didn't actually see any points to Cassandra. At the time, when did this happen?
How long has it been now? It feels like it was ages ago, but was it 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks?
3 weeks.
3
weeks.
That's fairly recent. Wow. Okay.
But we have gotten to know each other well in that time. I say a smile towards Cassandra.
Yes. I noticed that you also have another individual that was with you. Is that also someone you travel with, or?
There is an individual called Shimeg that I'm traveling with as well.
Big group.
Yes, it's fairly big, even if I think Serafino is between 2 books or something at the moment.
That explains why he's not here. Very well. I actually wanted to ask a little bit about him. I have heard that he is a member of the La Sombra, possibly. And it would have been a pleasure to have met one. In not so we'll kill you on sight terms.
Yeah, maybe that can be arranged in the future when he's not as occupied.
I would be very interested in that, especially since now I'm back in the city. Speaking of which, I've heard that you've taken up around the Slaughtered Ox. Or the Painted Lady, one of those.
Actually, both we have claimed. We have put up a little area around there. It has the mark of a pentagram, if you see it.
I think I have seen that before. Yes. A little tiny bit further north than the Slaughtered Ox, but yeah, roughly around that area. Saw it sort of on the way coming in.
It is a good place. It is close to the gate and a lot of people travel by. Get to see a lot of new faces.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do indeed. Ajala. What are you up to?
Can I ask one question before?
Yes, go ahead.
How does his demeanor seem towards me? Does he seem as
He's
an
very
underveiled
nervous.
Nervous? Alright. But he doesn't seem like he's like angry or anything like that.
No,
But
he doesn't give off an
behind-
angry or you know, mopey look to you. If anything, it's like nervous but curious but nervous is how I should phrase it. It's like he looks like he wants to ask more direct questions, but is sort of skirting around those questions.
Alright. Oh, thank you.
Jala, we've left you alone for a while. What are you up to?
I was on my way back to Chimeg with whoever this woman was. But yeah, since she's preoccupied, I do think I'm gonna sort of glance around the room for a bit while walking in her direction and sort of first check. The people that are feeding of actual other people, are they leaving behind any corpses is what I want to know.
There is one corpse currently in the room, and that individual is missing a decent portion of their chest. Of course, I would say that by muddling up all the words, but they are missing a decent portion of their chest, so much of that tissue has been completely ripped out. The rib cage is completely splayed open, and some of their organs are currently being nommed on.
I do remember Cassandra saying that people were dying at these sort of parties organized by this particular group of people. Would I consider it rude, glancing around the room, to kill a victim?
There is a platter of organs to your right.
Yeah, I sort of turn at the woman that I've collected from that door. thinking to himself that he's sort of saving her a worse fate, he's gonna go for the neck, and he's probably gonna use all the time that the rest of the party has been talking to completely drain her.
Okay.
So he bites.
So efficient digestion is every 2 or every 3?
Every 2 points. I
Okay.
don't think I have a blood pool big enough for that.
So I believe that means you're going to get 15 blood points.
Yeah, which is 5 more than I can have.
Oh, fun! You only need a 10. All right, great.
Mhm.
So yes, you take your time. Where does Ajala do this, by the way?
Probably somewhere in between the 2 groups, like in between Chimeg and Cassandra and Cecilia.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just gonna take his time for this and just sort of let Death approach this person like slowly and calmly, as in he is like, he knows she's gonna die, but he's like, let's make it as peaceful as possible for her.
Sure.
Like, considering what else is happening here, this might save her a worse fate in Ajala's mind.
Okay. I would like you to make me a courage roll, difficulty 6.
Courage difficulty 6, okay.
Oh, no fun. All right. So, you go ahead and you drain this woman. And by the time you're done, although you were very slow, very methodical, you enjoyed your drink, she does look sort of like a half-crumpled Capri Sun afterwards. What are you going to do with the
Sorry
body?
for laughing at that.
Would you like to
Yeah,
store the body? Would you like to lay it down somewhere? Do you just drop it and walk away?
Is there room on the table with the organs?
That table's a bit full, but like half the chalices have been used on one of the tables next to it.
I'll
And if
just
you
lay
like-
her on that table and
Yeah.
sort of
Put her in-
awkwardly stand in front of her for a second.
There you go.
Sort of put her arm across her chest for a moment, then like, maybe not, then put it back next to her, then back again. Before sort of looking at both Chimeg and Cecilia's little corners and wondering which direction to go. And I'd probably, at that point, because she was probably drugged slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, considering that she probably was drugged, Ajala's probably on a slight high right now, or drunk.
A little bit drunk is what I will clarify it as.
Yeah, you'll see him look back and forth between the 2 groups, then look at the Egyptian guy with the curly blonde next to him called Rune, and he probably goes over to the Egyptian guy instead.
Okay. All right. Just before you get to them, you do notice that there's a shimmer of something out of the corner of your eye in the direction of the woman that you just laid down on the table. And as you look over, you see a horrifying visage of an individual who is racked with some sort of horrifying skin disease that makes them end up looking half like Freddy Krueger, half like Jeepers Creepers. They have a very, very malformed face, extremely deeply red eyes, a couple of bat-like features in the ears, but not a whole lot, and very, very elegant, sort of early Russian style of nobility clothing. As the individual looking at him, your mind kind of just says, that's probably Kothar.
Yeah, I figured it. I was about to ask, Kothar?
Comes into existence and slowly starts dragging the body you just put on the table off the table.
Right, as curious as I am about Kothar, he seems busy, and we still have the entire night ahead of us.
Sure.
Egyptian.
Right. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun because you might have to double talk. You are gonna have to double talk to yourself because I don't know what Rune's responses are gonna be to anything that you say in this. So, real quick, I am going to check how is everybody doing for time.
Maybe
Meh on a Jala.
half an hour to an hour.
Okay.
An hour.
Okay. And Mel.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. So in that case, we're going to take a short break. And then when we come back, we're going to go for maybe about 45, 50 minutes. So, we will be right back. See you soon, folks. and welcome back to Children of the Cup. So, making our way back into the story, Ajala, you make your way over to the Egyptian individual who is currently in conversations with Rune. What you would actually make me a perception alertness to see how much of the conversation you catch.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Difficulty will be 8.
Deceptive pestering difficulty 8. Heightened senses.
Sure.
The 10s won't qualify for this because it's hearing.
Okay.
So 3 successes.
All right. What you would overhear is it sounds like they're having a conversation about different types of wine and something about pissing in a barrel of wine. You're not sure about that last one, though.
Who would
Either
waste wine like that?
They both immediately turn their heads towards you. Hello, I don't think we've ever met each other before. You are...
No, we haven't yet. My name's Ajala.
Ah. Ajala, that name is very familiar. Nubian?
Correct.
Then it is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Ajala. How are you?
Wait, you... Well, apparently it's known. Nice to meet you as well. And your name would be?
I am Varsethma.
Gonna have to write that down.
VAR Seth with an MA at the end.
Or Seth Na with N-A?
MA. Varsethma.
M-A.
Sorry,
Ma.
sometimes I don't pronounce my Ma's correctly.
It's up to me to learn. I
what's-
noticed... Hmm?
Go ahead.
I noticed that your garb is rather...
Yes. Sorry. It's
peculiar.
quite a while since I've left the Fatimid Caliph. And I thought it would be fun. Sort of a flashback to the Bronze Age.
It is intriguing to say the very least.
My apologies. Prince Ajala? Rune? Prince Ajala.
Probably just nods at Jala, not knowing him anyway. Jala sort of nods back. There's like this weird glance between the two of them for a second. Right, yes. So, Fatimid Khalif, you're from Egypt, I take it, considering the Bronze Age clothing.
Specifically Cairo, yes. I currently am staying in Cairo, I should say. That is where my domain is, that is where my territory is. Originally, though, I'm from a little bit further south on the Nile. Not too far from Nubia itself.
Interesting to hear. I do wonder, however, and I do apologize if this is rude to ask, but I've heard a lot of story about a particular clan of Canaanites that originate from Egypt.
Yes, and I am sure you would be fascinated to know if I am a Setite or not.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, I must dash your hopes and dreams here, and no, I am not a member of the Setite clan, no. I am an Osiris.
Huh. Equally intriguing. He is... Would Jala know that that is the god of, like... the
I would say
underworld?
it's
Okay.
fair enough.
Equally intriguing still, though, as in... I didn't
Thank you.
know there was a clan of Osiris as well, as in...
We're small, and some would call us a bloodline.
Huh. That would explain why I haven't heard of it, besides me not paying much attention.
But if you would like to meet a genuine article, he sort of motions over to Rune. While he may not look it, Rune here is actually the genuine article, funnily enough.
Huh. A lot whiter than I expected.
Yes, that is what we started this conversation on, actually.
Alright, then again, I didn't choose this, alright? Somebody did this to me, and I didn't choose what clan I was gonna be, as in that was chosen for me, so don't you bother with that. Charla sort of, like, looks at him. It's very hard to follow you, sorry, what were you saying?
It's a
I
very
never
weird
mind.
accent. Yes. No, it's, don't worry, it takes a little bit, but eventually you get used to it. Hmm?
I'm also not particularly good at French, but that is sort of... You don't happen to be English originally. Yeah, I am, which is probably why my French is such shite. He sort of replies to that. But yeah. Osiris and Setide. I guess that's how you sort of came across each other on this particular party then.
Yes, I would say I'm not entirely versed in sort of the, how would you say, they do not consider themselves Canaanites, but I guess you would say the southern tribes, the southern clans, if you will. So it's been quite an interesting, get to know, in that, I'm sort of ask people what they are, and they're like, oh, I'm this thing, and I go, never heard of it. So there's a lot of that going around tonight.
That's how it seems. Yeah. Also, as I do think you mentioned, he looks at Rune for a bit. Yeah, I do hear that there's a lot of bad blood between our clans, but honestly, I've no clue what that's about. And Rune sort of just shrugs, not particularly knowing what he's talking about.
Well, in the meantime, Shannon has... Oh, I was about to say Shannon has taken over DMing duties, but we're back to normal cameras. All right.
Probably to save me some very awkwardness, we
Sure.
could perhaps take the conversation to the rest of the group for a bit.
Absolutely. Well, actually, I was getting ready to sort of introduce myself to... I believe his name is Ezekiel. You are from this area, and he is the Prince of Jerusalem, or?
Well, the Christian faction elected him potential prince, as in his eyes, yes, already. But of course, we have the entire war going on between the factions, those being the Christians and the Muslims mainly.
Sure.
So yeah, it hasn't really been decided indefinitely yet, but, well, Ezekiel himself would really view himself as the actual already prince. I didn't say that he wasn't, in case he asks.
Your secret is safe with my indifference. Either way, you'd be more than welcome to join myself and Rune in making formal introductions.
Absolutely, lead ahead.
To that point, they sort of, you all three sort of shimmy shake over towards the larger group, breaking back to the larger group's conversation like 3 seconds before they join in on the conversation. Ezekiel would kind of hype up a little bit and ask, Cecilia, how are things going between you and Alexis? And it's at that time that you would see these three individuals, including Ajala, beginning to shimmy shake their way towards you.
Alright, I would just like look over as I see them coming, but I will still keep speaking. Oh yeah, that is going well, I would say. We are friends.
Very good. I'd like my future Seneschal to be getting along with his assistant very well.
I think it would be a lovely to work together.
So at that time, Rune, Ajala, and lastly, your Egyptian guest all arrived. And formal introductions begin. Do any of you... Ajala only speaks Egyptian, French, and Nubian. Okay, so you would understand him. Because he would begin to speak in Nubian. I don't know if Cecilia would understand him.
I do not understand Nubian. Except when one person speaks Nubian.
Except
So
for
she
one
just
yes.
smiles.
Sure, absolutely. You would hear this individual begin speaking in a language you somewhat don't recognize. Like, some of it sounds familiar-ish, like something in the background of your mind begins to tingle as this individual talks. But in Ajala's case, he would go through all the processes of introducing himself, to a bit of a bow, and quickly get that out of the way. And then he would quickly gesture over to Rune.
Does anyone of the other Canaanites react to him like everyone looking like they understand him?
Ezekiel is nodding his head as though he understood everything he said, but you can make me a perception empathy.
Yeah, I want to know this.
It would be so funny if Ezekiel didn't understand a word of that.
0 successes!
I
That
have
is
no
a
clue.
very well-trained future prince.
I just nod and smile.
Cassandra, 2 successes! Ezekiel just had something said to him. He has no clue what the fuck it was.
Let's see those. Copy, he's looking like nods and be like,
This is-
Everyone in that group is nodding at this one individual. Nobody's understanding him.
That's right. Oh boy. But yeah, he
everyone.
then sort of motions over to Rune and switches back to French and says, "This is my current companion of the evening, Rune."
Evening. Do terribly apologise for my French. It's quite bad, I'm well aware, but I'm learning. I'm Rune Blathen, and I'm from the British Isle.
And well, Cecilia looks first to the one who spoke Nubian and says, and I'm Cecilia of Montfort. Cecilia of Montfort. It repeats to Rune like she's answering both these.
Okay. Ezekiel kind of just nods his head because it's a pleasure to meet the two of you, and of course I already know you, Ajala. Interesting. Very interesting. So, Ajala, you make very interesting friends very quickly. Rune, you do have very broken French, I must admit, but I can't say that I'm familiar with the British Isles. That is where in the world, exactly?
It's far from to the west of here. West of France, actually. Slightly up north across the sea, the channel. There's an island off the coast of Europe.
Very interesting dialect.
Fascinating.
Oh, thank you. You pointed at Cecilia.
Well, sorry, it's very interesting, huh. And he sort of looks over, and says, I take it that, you are a, you know what, I'm not even going to guess. You are what clan exactly?
Is he referring to Rune right now?
Yeah, right now he's talking to Rune.
My bloodline would put me around the followers of Set. Actually.
Interesting.
You're very white. No
Yeah,
offense.
it's not the first time that someone actually mentions that here. Apparently, it's not very common for us northern folk to, appear that way. It would appear that way.
Yeah. Like super white. And that is shocking. Okay. Huh.
So what brings you to Jerusalem?
That's a very good question. I'm gonna look at the DM for a second.
Actually, Rune is in Jerusalem because he's following around with Demetrius. And Demetrius got you guys in a bit of trouble in England, especially with the whole church thing.
Yeah, there's a cunt somewhere over here, and he starts looking through the crowd. I would say that he's a friend, but it's kind of complicated. But then again, also for some reason, things back at home are a bit weird, and he's sort of compelled to leave the island. I'm not entirely sure why. Then he sort of started making trouble as well, and he really got in my water. And eventually we just sort of left, and he figured, let's go to Jerusalem, so I just sort of tagged along with him. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to stay or if we're going to move on, but I'm guessing there's a lot of fun to be had, because apparently you've got a war going on, which means that there's fighting to be done.
You like
Then-
fighting?
Yes.
I don't mind fighting, as in I do like it a bit a good brawl's kind of fun every once in a while.
I don't think
Somehow-
you brawl on the
Yeah.
battlefield.
Well, I might have a trick or two that are kind of interesting for that. Also, this guy looks scrawny as fuck. He doesn't look battle ready, like...
Ah, yes. I apologize. Would you like to describe Rune's physique?
Yeah, as
Besides
in,
scrawny as fuck.
as also said before, he's a back alley mugger, basically. He's the not so great street rat kind of type. Scrawny as fuck, not too tall, and when you put him next to Ajala, and Ajala has some decent athletic muscle, but this guy's got no flesh on his bones. Like hardly at all. So you figure then in a fight that he's a pushover, more than likely.
Well, we know that Canaanites normally can look
Different in that regard, yeah.
So Cecilia would say, interesting. You would definitely surprise your enemies, I think, in that case.
Greatly.
You know what, the night is young, but perhaps if this party gets any wilder, I might show you the trick. Maybe. Not promising anything just yet.
That would be lovely. I would gladly be here and watch that trick.
He winks at Cecilia, and the eye that he winks with for a second turns into a serpent's eye.
Alright, and she would... I can maybe show you a trick or two back, she says, and she just licks a little on her lower lip.
That sounds very interesting and intriguing. What is happening?
Ah,
I knew that was going to be fun. Either way, back over in the Chimeg corner. With Cass. Cass at this point says, all right, well, I guess I can leave you alone for now, but please, if you get bored, please take me somewhere fun. Please, if you have anywhere. I'm... Ugh. And she just walks away.
Eh,
Yeah, and Chimik would kind of look for the rest, kind of thinking that she had tried to keep an eye on them.
Sure, absolutely. You go to look for the rest, and there's a large crowd of them all gathered in one spot in this event.
You kind of stop for a moment, like
Nope.
hesitating, but then she will move up to them.
Alexis begins to follow. He's been quiet this entire time, and he seems to be just very observant at the moment. And as you guys are walking over, he kind of just looks over at you and says, "That was interesting, to say the least." And
Oh, he had been with
oh
Chimik?
yeah,
Okay,
He's
I
sneaky.
missed that.
Sophia's behind him too.
Yeah. It was
I promise, Cass
A
isn't
bit much.
always that way.
good to
Okay,
know.
I promise she's almost always not that way. There are times where she is.
I mean, I honestly prefer that kind of energy rather than the ones who try. Kind of like they're saying one thing, but you're really certain they're not meaning that thing. I just no.
You don't like the flowery wording?
I guess
Hmm.
kind of like you do sometimes. No offense.
My heart is broken into a million pieces now that you say these words. How dare they? I'm kidding. I don't give a shit.
I thought so.
It's fine. No, I am quite well aware of some of the shit I say.
Mm.
You know, for appearances. And then there's the fun me. At least I think it's fun. Me.
I guess it does seems like the types that does that work a lot better in these settings.
You could learn a thing or two. Even though it's flowery. Might be useful.
I suppose.
No comment. And it's about that time that you all reach the party, as it were. And now the DM has to do like 30 voices. Anyways. Well.
So all are in the same clump now?
Yes, you are all in the same clump. Just one giant happy family of the Jerusalem crowd. And you would also notice that there is a little bit stealthily, but still, I would say Ajala and Cassandra, at least, pick up on the waddling motion of bat-like ears that sort of, like a shark, just do a semicircle around your group for a second before Mafatso disappears again.
Anyone
Well.
the schedule for the evening? Like, is there gonna be any special events at some time that's gonna happen?
Ezekiel sort of pipes up and goes, I think there's supposed to be a show. Then eventually there's supposed to be something called What the Fuck Is Up With That? Then there's supposed to be dancing, and then there's supposed to be winding down, I believe. I could be wrong. I
What
wasn't really
is-
paying attention.
Yeah, and what the fuck is up with that?
As far as I heard, it was created by an ancient Methuselah. It's a particular kind of game. I think his name's rumored to be Taliesin Jeffy.
Interesting.
I've no clue how it goes, so don't ask me that.
Was he speaking French, by the way?
Very
Yeah,
broken French.
very terrible broken French.
Because Chimek doesn't speak French.
Actually, speaking of which, all of you, I almost forgot. Yes, Chimeg, you understand everything he says perfectly. Cassandra, you understand everything he says perfectly. There is no broken whatsoever in there. And also Cecilia, everything he said has been perfect.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So,
But I know that he speaks French.
You've heard him say that he speaks broken French, and yet right now he has been speaking perfect non-regional French.
do I pick up that he's speaking French, knowing that I don't speak French?
The way it kind of works is there's like, it's almost like there's a hint of the language that's being used sort of in your subconscious. So yeah, you would pick up that French is relatively being spoken, but it immediately translates to whatever language is your main language.
Oh, okay. So he, yeah.
So to you, he would totally not be speaking French, and he would actually be speaking, oh boy, Turkic, I believe.
Yeah. But I do pick up on that, so I don't start speaking Turkic back to him or something like that.
Correct. I would say subconsciously you do
Okay.
pick up on it. Yeah. And for
Well,
Cassandra,
that
it would be
changes
Greek
stuff.
that he's perfectly speaking right now.
Chimek gives Cecilia a look.
And she gives back the same look. And then she like asks still again, Ezekiel, so did you know what it was? But then she looks over towards this new person. Like he's scrutinizing him. While hopefully getting an answer from Ezekiel.
Because we started talking about languages, I forgot what Ezekiel was talking about, and my brain went blah. So
What the fuck is up with that?
yes.
Talking about the game.
Yes. Okay. Okay. You have, yes, I have heard rumors that it was created by some mysterious entity known as Taliesin Jaffe. I don't know anything beyond that. I've never played it.
I see. Look back to him. I guess it's gonna be a surprise then, as no one else knows what that game is.
Alexis
I guess-
sort of chimes up and goes, well,
Cassandra,
Yes.
recount what she's been told.
right.
Okay.
So you get the rules to what the fuck is up with that.
And what are the rules?
Oh. Okay, quick question. Who does not know what the fuck is up with that is?
But not in this version, at least.
It works exactly the same. The only difference, as Cassandra explains, is that you are eating a person instead of drinking alcohol.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so the eating a person part, I'm not entirely sure if I'm up for that.
I mean, that
So
can go either
eat,
way.
Not drink.
Ezekiel says.
You
Yes.
mean like chewing?
And swallowing, yes.
Yeah. What the fuck is up with that? She says, smiling.
Good question.
Apparently, it's very popular with Mafazzo. So, I'm sure there have been considerations for our kind, though. He has already brought out whatever you want to say about the drink choices with the little labels. If he has that sort of consideration, perhaps there is a what the fuck is up with that drinking?
Well, maybe. I would hope so, because it would be interesting to participate. Then again, perhaps also not. Sort of Jala sort of looks at Cecilia and he's like, should I?
Can you repeat that? I zoned out for a moment.
See?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not sure if it's a good idea for me to participate anyway.
No, I don't. It's up to you. I guess it will make more sense when this starts, how this actually will work.
I mean,
Right.
and this is Ezekiel. Do you swing both ways, or does one liquid float your boat?
I prefer just drinking. In
Okay,
general.
preference is one thing. Have you tried the other?
Like human? 'Cause
No, like a
I haven't
donkey.
tried that yet.
Yes, like you. Okay, no, you have not tried that yet.
Normal food I can keep down, but person, I haven't. I've seen it happen. He sort of glances over at Cassandra, but I've not tried it.
Alexis pipes up and says, "Actually, if you have the ability to consume normal human food, you should be able to. Also, you might have some issues later on, but in general, you'll be able to keep it down. I would just suggest staying far away from any bones or the intestine."
Yeah, that doesn't sound
What's
great.
the point, though?
You can also only speak truths if you want to, I guess. Isn't it to avoid speaking you do that?
You eat when you don't want to answer, is that correct?
Yeah, you just eat when you. I mean, so yes, you could just speak truth. That's
Maybe not in the spirit of the game, but I guess that's the one way to solve it.
people will get to know you very well. Also, I'm not sure if it's going to be in this big of a setting. Usually, what the fuck is up with that happens in settings of like 4, maybe 5. Not. Alexis quickly does a count around the room. 38.
That
Maybe
seems
there will
wrong.
be many small groups and then mingle around them.
Probably. I've heard of this concept somewhere in France called speed dating. I think maybe that is the way that they'll go about it.
Might be.
Sounds very 12th century. So modern.
It was very odd indeed. Either way, your DM needs to break out of his accent and go ahead and say thank you all so much for coming out. We greatly appreciate each and every one of you guys. But unfortunately, we're going to end it there, and we will have to see you guys, hopefully, if everything goes well and the universe is within line, next week. Adios.
Adios.
Bye.
Yeah.